Shadow. Hello, hi. Hi! Welcome everyone to my stream. Hi, I'm Shadow. I'm here. I'm streaming. We're existing together. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Hello! Happy 9th birthday! Thank you. I hope you like my hat. Thank you very much. Don't forget the Minecraft story. I won't. I'm gonna tell you all about it. Yeah, it's not my birthday. Hi. Say hello. Let's do a speed run. Hello round. Shadow in the solitude. Hello Lash, Shadow Sugar Day. Hello Hiroto. Hello Macarena. Hello Monto. Hello Pixel Black Meats. Hello Dr. Zoid Crab. Hello Slug Enjoyer. Hello Mirage Bird. Hello Boba Fastu. Hello Nano Titan Hates. Hello Remnant Advent. Hello White Wolf. Hello Scorpion. Hello Lucy Dingo. Hello I'm Ethereal Art. Hello Lemelance. Hello Bratchtorm. Hello Magneto Master. Hello Prince Wilhelm. Hello Moose. Hello Captain Fleece. Hello Learning My ABCs. Hello Home My Life Please. Hello Da Vinci. Hello Ka. Hello Traveler. Hello Dominique. Hello Dornatus. Hello Rana. Hello Quicksilver. Hello Guildbuster. Hello Allium. Hello Jolly Poker. Hello NPC. Hello Albite. Hello Sir Orange. Hello Glue Eater. Hello Racer. Hello Denightful. Hello Dr. Vito. Hello Neo Sky. Hello Rexus Prime. Hello Casey Hamdeck. Hello Zephyrin. Hello Pikaful. Hello Governor. Hello Rice Water. Hello Down JP. Hello Aspagillus. Hello Dizzy-kun. Hello Lash. Hello Sugade. Hello Hookman. Hello Mintoki. Hello Yari Plus. Hello Thurfy. Hello Vyric. Hello Astridson. Hello Unbinary Mind. Hello Frusenstein. Hello Matt Gomba. Hello White Wolf, hello S or F versus the world, hello Tuki, hello Prattles. Hello Nana, hello Ivan the Former, hello Koichide, hello Flag on the Moon, hello Rivera Con, Shadow Sotola, hello Domi, hello Ghost Beeble, hello Sorry, hello Devious, hello Mr. Nightmare, hello Nyloni, hello Dinishi, hello SCSFK, hello Rice Water, hello Valorant, hello Simmer Active. Hello, Azure, down long time no see. Hello. Hello. Whoa, Connie. Hello. Heavy Bertha. Hello, Red Vehicle. Hello, Silent One. Hello, Flat Justice. Hello, Lead Hamster. Hello, Noah Bunny. Hello, Prattles. Hello, Old Four. Hello, Chalan Sander. Hello, Sweet Kim. Hello, Shadow MSL. Hello, Name Existence. Hello, Scathers. Hello, Oliver GIW. Hello, Kura Black. Hello, Dino M. Hello, Pimp Franklin. Welcome. Hello, Moose. Hello, C2. Hello Dominic, hello Rare, hello Maximus, hello Name Existence, hello Flawed Intellect, hello John Childers 1, hello Short Claws, hello Pacey, hello Lash, hello Here's As You Know, hello Mad Roadkill, hello Severity, hello Surface Heat, hello Vyric, hello Mark Stork, hello Candy Candy, hello Joe Pace, hello Fabi Great. Hello, King Killer, hello Astrios, hello Mihal's Nia Crew, hello Cliffman Games, hello, let me jump down. Hello Karen Does Things and welcome. Hello Theo, hello Squid Cat, hello Damn JP, hello Phil Booze and welcome. Hello, hello Supercraft, hello Patrick K43333. Hello everyone. Hello. I need to update the tags. 1 second. Gorbius screaming. Oh, I have too many tags. Oh no. And sip. Okay, today. Today I want the Zatsu to be a little shorter, so I'm gonna hard cut myself off at 1 hour, cause I'll have lots of time to play more of the game. That's what I want. We gotta grind through this. I wanna meet Mr. Gorbius. I don't know if I'm gonna play I don't know if I'm gonna play it again after today, because I'm pretty sure if I played the entirety of Gore Screaming Show on stream, it would take like 30 streams. But I wanna swindle meet Mr. Gorbius. I'm probably gonna play the last off stream. Yeah. 30 streams for one sponsorship is a little much. Yeah, it's really long. Yeah, it's only 20 to 30 hours. Yeah, but I think we only got through like an hour of content last stream. Because, you know, when you're slowly going through it, it's gonna take forever. You know, when you're reading everything up. I would like to do a VN. I would like to do a VN at some point, but something more the length of like 4 streams max. So like a 4 to 6 hour VN. Yeah, you can play the rest of it as well. Yeah, my code still works. I forgot to update the command, but the code still works. Yeah. I do wanna say, eventually, one day, I wanna do a Sayonara stream. That might be a long time in the future, I don't know. Saya would be a good one. It is my favorite VN, I think. Yeah. So I would like to read it too. Is that allowed on Twitch? The Steam version, yeah. Yeah. Most, that's a Jast release as well, which is really cool that I got to work with them. There's a censored version. You can play it uncensored, which really, I will say, even though I'm not much into that kind of stuff, like lewd things, Saya should be played uncensored. And the reason for it is because a lot of the lewd content kind of adds to the atmosphere, and that's the point. Like, how do I say it? A lot of the lewd stuff in Saya is disturbing. Like, dark and kind of messed up. Like, it's supposed to make you a little uncomfortable, which is kind of the atmosphere of the whole game. Yeah, it's not there just for the sake of it. It's for immersion. It sounds like copium, but it's true. No, you don't understand my lolicon visual novel. The porn is contextually important. No, but I feel like without it, it does take a lot of weight out of some of the stuff. It sounds funny, but if you play Saya, you'll get it. You'll get it. Yeah. No. No, it's important to the plot. You don't understand. Okay, look, you can just like boobies. Okay, let me explain this to you. They're not mutually exclusive. Okay? If I was to make a VN, I would put boobies in there. Why the fuck not? Everyone loves boobies. Why not? It's awesome. But it wouldn't just be there for the sake of it. It would be like relevant boobies. They wouldn't just be there for no reason, that's the thing. But like plot relevant boobies, why not? Oh, when I say boobies, when I talk about boobies, I mean all boobies, piton included. Not just big boobies. Piton is good too. When I say boobies, I just mean them all, including the flat type. Boobies is just my big term. I don't think I've ever said boobies so much in 5 minutes in my life. Let's set a record. Are you ready? Are you ready? I gotta set a record. Boobies, 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 boobies. Boobies, 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 boobies. Boobies, 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 boobies. Boobies, 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 boob, breast, boobies, booba, boob, breasticles, breast, titty. I think my favorite one is boobies. I like boobies the most. Boobies sounds good. I don't think enough people say boobies. If I had to choose a second, I'd probably just go for the good old-fashioned breast. It sounds so horrible. Breast. We're all booped out for today. That was definitely a record. I don't think I've ever said boobies so many times. There we go. It's a fine breast you have there, my lady. Absolutely. Alright. Got that out of our systems. British people will be like, nice tits, love. Nice tits, love. Yeah. Okay, Anyway, now, slightly on topic. I told the Discord I would talk about it. No, this stream isn't sponsored, so I can say what the fuck I want. In your face, Mr. J asked. Not like I didn't last stream, but whatever. He's not here right now because he's at a con. He had to go to a convention, so he said he won't be catching the stream live. Last stream, oh, fun fact, I gave like the Jazz Discord a mental meltdown. They had like a meltdown. They were watching me stream and then I started talking about the N-word. After stream, he sent me a message. I was like, I was so afraid. if I can even show you this, but he sent me leaks from the Discord. And this one's so funny. I gotta show you. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. G asked. I'm leaking your Discord on stream. Tech, I pop in and she's questioning why she can't say the N-word. And the philosophical idea behind it when people say it to each other affectionately. She is far off to grow her screaming show tangent. She's asking the real questions. How am I racist? Follow. Anyway, support Jazz. They're based. They're based. And then on a funny tangent and they didn't disown me. So I would say they're pretty based. Don't forget they made a whole version of the game just so I could play it. So support Jast. Check out their store. The stream isn't sponsored, so you know, they're great. They support Lawless. They support everyone. It's great. They're just nice people. Super cool. They translate and officially release a lot of VNs that wouldn't have gotten attention otherwise. It's really nice. It's really nice. Cool people. Very down to earth. Mr. Jazz told me that he doesn't like. He said that he liked me referring to him as Mr. Jazz. And also, he said he doesn't like to call himself the CEO of Jazz because it sounds so formal. So he calls himself the Mayor of Jazz. And I suggested he call himself the God Emperor. So, I don't think he's allowed to do that. So, we're gonna call him that from now on. Mr. J asked the God Emperor of Jazz. So, that's what we call him now. I'm not a fan of Edelgate specifically, but I don't have a problem with playing VMs that have Edelgate in it. This might be like the most beta thing I'll ever say, but when I'm playing a VN and randomly there's boobies, I typically skip through it. I'm like, wow, nice, okay. Anyway, can we get back to the plot? Sorry for being cringe. I'm not a horny-brained individual. Unless there's lore. I've never played a VN. I'll have to check out Saya. I would recommend you play it uncensored. Yeah. Saya being your first VN. Warning for gore, disturbing content, and I don't think I need to warn you for all that content, but whatever. It might be an adventure. It's not exactly first VN, but whatever. Yeah, warning for everything warning. Yeah, I really want to read Steins Gate. The problem is it's also very long. I don't typically have time for VNs that are super long, unfortunately. I don't have very much plot. Nuki, yeah. I've heard that term before, but I don't know what it means. Ignacio sends his salutes. Oh my god. Oh my god, Nacho from Better Call Saul. Hi. Tell him I said hi. Holy shit. Yeah, I wanna play Higurashi as well. As well as, what's it called? Umineko, yeah, but that ain't happening. 200 hours, yeah. I don't have 200 hours. Like, man. You also skipped them? Okay, thank God. I thought I was the only one. Its literal term is extraction game. What does that have to do with porn? Extraction game? Is that just a weird translation? Have you played Persona 5? No, I don't think I'll play the Personas. I don't have time. Yeah. Mind Tattoo. No, I've never heard of it. Immortal Paradise, that sounds based. Let me see. I do have to get on to the story about my Minecraft GF, because I promised the Discord I'd tell them. Oh shit, this looks cute. Holy fuck. Oh my god, they're all cute. Everyone's a lolly. Oh my god. My tattoo looks cute. Holy shit. All the girls are cute. Oh my god. Holy crap, some of them are smaller than me. That's very small. Oh, this looks cute. Hate scene exists. Okay. Naruhodo! I see. You got a wide range of girls there. Sob. 114, that's tiny. That's so small. These three are all smaller than me. That's crazy, they're tiny. She's cute too, the one with the long dark twin tails. She's cute as well. My ideal size is around here. I can do any. I like my... I think 114 is a little smaller than I like in my lolly, so like... Those three in the middle is good with me. I could do 114. 114 is cute, but... Too small. So small, that's like punting size. That's punting size. That's punting size. Punting size, yeah. So tiny. Shima is around that size, I think. Yeah, 143 is good size. As well. I am 137. So I would be between those two. These two. I feel tall now. I've been educated. What are the numbers below them? They're their three sizes, yeah. Very small girls. Oh crap, they have all different outfits. They're cute. I'm gonna have to look into this. The problem with these games though is always when there's so many cute girls. How do you choose who to date? How? How do you choose which route to do when they're all fucking cute? How do you choose? I think I would go for the one in the gothic little one first. So she looks... I like her design the most. Dark hair and red eyes is a base combination, by the way. Always. So is blonde hair, red eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes. Probably my favorite combinations. Whoever is most likely to be silly, you pick the one with the hugest bust. Unbelievable! based. First time chat. Someone's new here. I do the exact opposite. I pick the flattest girl and go from there. The reason I said this was so tough is because multiple of them are flat. New chatters, new chatters. Hey, boy. Let me see. Looks like a tomboy. I'm not into tomboys. I'm sorry if that makes me unbased. My only exception to this, and this is a recent thing. I've been thinking about this recently. I might be okay with like a tall, muscular tomboy if she's going to chokehold me and slam me into a wall. Yeah, I could dig that. Okay. Yeah. But other than no, don't ban him. Give him a chance. It's his first time here. He needs time to adapt. Give the man a moment, okay? You guys, tall flat girls can be cute too. I really like an archetype I really like is like tall, slender, flat girls with long blonde hair. Bonus points if they were elves. Oh, yeah, baby. Tall, slender elves with completely flat chest, blonde. Chef's kiss. I just like blondes. Yeah. White hair, yeah. Wait, yeah, no van. Sorry, I override that. How are you so based? I was raised by the internet. I'm so sorry. Oh, I had the Discord DM. It was my forestry. I sent him pictures. I sent him pictures of some girl cosplaying as Ghost from Modern Warfare. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? She's cosplaying as Ghost. In a bikini. But she still has the mask on. I don't know if I can show it on stream. And yeah. He said to me, "Bro, you just ruined my childhood." And I said, "What's wrong? You got a problem with Ghost being sexy? I think he should be allowed to be sexy if he wants to." And he said no. I love ruining his childhood. It's my favorite hobby. I don't play car games, but didn't that just come out? Modern Warfare? Oh no, he's talking about like the OG games. That's a remake. He played it like 10 years ago. He's not that young. He would get banned from my chat if he was a regular chatter though, so. But only just he would only be banned for a few months. And he has familial privilege, so he wins. Anyway, I have to tell you the story, you guys. Are you ready for this? So before stream, I was a few minutes late to stream because I was telling my Minecraft story. to Discord. Yeah, any 2005ers in chat? And it turns out, I think I told this story before, by the way. I'm pretty sure I've told this story in the past, but maybe not in complete detail. I think I mentioned it at some point, but when I just stopped going to school, yeah, months ago. I don't think I told the whole story though. I had a Minecraft girlfriend. And at the time, you know when you were super young, and you think you're cool because you're hanging out with the older kids. You know? When you think you're hanging out with the older kids and you think you're cool and like you've made it. But then you get older and you realize you were just being groomed. Like right now, you guys, you're not allowed to groom me. We've talked about this. I live in a perpetual state of being a grooming victim. Am I grooming you? Am I? I didn't mean to. That happened to you when you played World of Warcraft as a kid? Okay, so we'll start out. I'll tell the whole story. It started out in my Wattpad era, which I talked about a few times. I had a book that, my original book that I read to some of you as a rewrite of a book that I wrote when I was very, very young on Wattpad, okay? And on Wattpad, my book kind of blew up. It got pretty big. It got well over a couple million views. No, I wasn't writing things like that. It was an original horror story. It got pretty big though. And yeah, like 1.8 million or something views total by the time I deleted it. It was pretty big. I was the #1 Wattpad horror writer at one point, guys. The #1 in the horror category. #1. Yeah, that's a flex. Was it spicy? There was one spicy scene. And I didn't really know what to write. And I tried and it was just like... He kissed her on the mouth. And then they had sex. And honestly, if I tried to write something like that, now it would be the same. Some things never change, right? Yeah. No, the whole book was in like tons of detail except when I got to that. Because I didn't know what to write. And the funniest part is people were begging for it. And the only reason I wrote it was because people were begging for it. I had like 30-year-old moms who were reading and they were like, so they're gonna hook up, right? They're gonna do that, right? And I was like, 10-year-old shadow, like, yeah, okay. No, nobody knew how old I was. Nobody knew it. So, yeah, a little fan service. But anyway, I was pretty big on the Wattpad. And, this girl that I met was another big writer on the Wattpad, okay? She was also high up in the horror category. She had an original book of short stories she wrote on there. And we got talking because we were both big horror writers. Let's call her Jane. Jane was she was a lot older than me. She was an adult. She was 19 when we started talking, so she was like 8 years older than I was at that time. So, big age gap. Jane. Jane. That's not her real name. That's just what I've decided to call her in this story. I'm not gonna tell you anything about her. But, yeah, she was a hag. Jane Wattpad, that's her. Yeah, she's like 100 now. She's like a fossil. But Jane Wattpad, she slid into my DMs and she didn't know how old I was. She was just telling me. We talked about books for a little bit, you know, writing, we talked about it. I doubt she's watching. My name then has no connection to my name now, so the chances of her finding me were like impossible. But Jean, she slid into my DMs. We started talking about writing at first. We shared some of our stuff. She was a big fan of my writing. I was a fan of hers. We started talking. It was like a mutual thing. And then we started talking about ourselves then. We started talking about ourselves. And about like our lives, and I mentioned that I'd stop going to school, and she was like, wait, how old are you? And I told her, and she was like, no way, I'm an adult. And at this point, she probably should have backed off. Now that I reflect upon it, she probably should have backed off, but no. Like, I was too young to even have an account on Wattpad. I shouldn't have even had an account on Wattpad. Like, she could have straight up reported me and got my, like, #1 horror category book taken down. But she didn't. Yeah, see? I self-reported. Nobody is free from it. This is why children are not allowed in chat. Because they fucking self-report. Yeah? But anyway, I was talking to Jean Wattpad, and she was like, oh, that's cool. Can I add you on Uvu? And I was like, okay. No, Uvu. It was like Skype. Basically, does anyone remember before Discord, there were like a bunch of Skype alternatives? They kept popping up like TeamSpeak and stuff. Yeah? If Uvu is too old for you, then you must be like underage, cause Uvu, it was discontinued in 2017, released in 2007. This was probably, well, I'm not gonna tell you what year it was, but it was less than 10 years ago. Okay? And, it's OOVOO. But, she added me on Uvu. And, we started texting on there. We were just talking about stuff at first, like, she told me she was a lesbian. And, Jane told me that, she had a girlfriend, like an IRL girlfriend. They didn't live together. Her girlfriend lives, like, down the block. And she told me stuff like her girlfriend was a heroin addict. Yeah. And, she used to go out and party with her girlfriend and stuff. And, I remember she would come back and talk to me all the time. Jane would come and talk. Is that why I called her Jane? And, she ended up going out. She got drunk, like, every day. And she would come back and slide into my DMs. And Jane would tell me about, she told me one time she took heroin and stuff.
I watched Jane die.
And she she came to me and she was like, I'm high on heroin, ha ha ha. And I was like, are you okay? I didn't even know what heroin was. So I was like, are you alright? And yeah. And she told me about it and stuff. And I was like, oh, are you okay? And like she would just come and talk to me, and then she got into an argument with her girlfriend someday after a couple months of us talking, and she was either drunk or high, I can't remember, but she admitted to me that she broke up with her girlfriend. And I was like, why would you do that? And she told me, yeah, her girlfriend Jessie, she told me it's because I have a crush on you. And obviously in my brain I'm like, older Onetian crush on me. Like I was just seeing her as like a big sister figure. I was like, oh. And I think even in my brain, like, I knew something was wrong. And I was like, oh, I don't really see you that way. I don't really see you that way. I see you more like a big sister. And, is this why I like Onelore? Is this why I'm into Onelore? I wonder. That would explain a lot. And now that I think about it, this story, it explains a lot. And she was like, okay. It's not a fetish! Stop making everything a fetish! God damn it! I just think it's cool. Yeah. It's not a fetish. But, oh yeah, she would tell me other things too. Like, she told me about the things she did with her girlfriend. And that was how I learned about how, two girls, yeah. 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 And because I very specifically remember saying to her, but how? I thought you need to... And she's like, no. You use... Okay. But anyway, yeah, she told me all about it. At the time, my laptop had been confiscated around this time. My laptop was confiscated by my school. And fun fact, I never got that laptop back. The school stole my laptop. I hadn't been into school in months. Yeah. I hadn't been into school for months, so basically they said, like, this is not an ASMR stream. They said that, they told my mom to take my laptop because I wasn't going into school and I couldn't have it back unless I went into school. And, yeah, I know they couldn't take her stuff. So, my mama took my laptop and gave it to them. And they said I would get it back when, I went into school. But I never went into school I guess. You get your data off it. It was password protected. Yeah, it's someone probably stole it. But, so I was texting her through my phone. I had Uvu on my iPhone 4, which was third hand, by the way. It was a third hand iPhone 4. And, it had been passed down from one of my mother's friends to my mother to me. It was covered in cracks, and you couldn't use it unless it was plugged in. Yep, so that was my method of communication with my Minecraft GF, Jane. I had no other way of talking to her. He's still waiting in the Sims his dad pose. Yeah, so romantic. And, I talked to her like this for about a year. She would always try and tell me that she liked me and stuff, and she flirted with me. She had a couple other girlfriends in this time. No, the story isn't nearly done. She had a couple more girlfriends in this time. But none of them lasted, and every time she had these breakups with them, she would always come back to me and cry about it, and then, be like, oh, I have a crush on you, and if only it was you instead, like, you wouldn't do this to me. Menhera, yeah, Menhera. They were all just replacements for me. They were all just replacements for me. She wanted me really. But, I wasn't taking it. I wasn't taking it. To be fair, it wasn't into her because I kept telling her no. I kept telling her no. Yeah, I handled it right. To be fair, I was like 11 by this time. I don't think there's a to be fair about this. But, a little time had passed. Cause by the time I stopped going to school, I was 11, I think. Yeah. I started talking to her before I went to school, actually, before I stopped going. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. And then, like, I told her when I stopped going. Memory gaps, it was so long ago. No, she was actually trying to groom me. But anyway, one day she said to me, do you play Minecraft? And I was like, well, I don't have a laptop. And she was like, can you get one? And I think she forgot the part where I was an unemployed child. But I was like, I can get a laptop. She's like, I found this really cool server. So, yeah, why not just get a job, stupid child? And, so, when I started doing, when I started doing this, my forestry was, like, in elementary school at the time, right? He was in primary school, he was a little baby, and, in his room, he kept his laptop under his bed, but he didn't use it. He had a laptop that he got the same time I got mine. It was the same make as mine. He mostly just played on his PS3 though, so he didn't use it very much. So it just kind of sat under his bed, collecting dust. He's a PC gamer now, but this was forever ago. So what I started doing is every single night, I would creep out of my room, carefully open his door, creep into his room, steal his laptop from under his bed. And at the time, I only shared my bedroom with one of the forest critters. We had bunk beds. She was on the top bunk, and she was like a baby. And I was on the bottom bunk, so even if she woken up in the night, she wouldn't be able to see anything, right? Because she was on the top bunk, so I was like underneath her. Why didn't you ask to borrow it? Okay, the reason to this is that me and my mama were like... We did not like each other at the time. This was the conflict phase. We were constantly arguing and fighting. And, like, I was bad, I was rebellious, I was a little violent, I was mega schizo. I remember during this whole arc, I got put in the mental hospital for like 3 months. I came back and my Minecraft GF was like... Jane was like, where were you? I was losing it! You made me do drugs because I missed you and I was worried about you! I've been on this whole bender! And I was like, I got institutionalized. And she was like, you should have told me! And I was like, I'm sorry. Like, she went on this whole schizo rant, and I remember she guilt tripped me so hard. Like, I remember calling her, and she was crying. She was crying. We used to call with our face cams, and she was like sobbing and like threatening to hurt herself. She was like, if you ever do it again, I'm gonna kill myself. I was like, I'm so sorry. Yeah, we video called every day. Let me see. Okay, I do want to say you guys are freaking out, but to me this is funny. I do want to say, I look back and I think it's fucked up, but to me now it's hilarious. And I want you guys to be able to laugh about it. I've not had any contact with her in like years. Years, like it's funny, you can laugh. You shouldn't worry, it was so long ago. It was so long ago, okay? Okay? Like, it's fucked up at the time, but it was so long ago that, like... Yeah. Yeah. You don't need to concern or get upset over it, because it's in the past. I'm telling you this because it's funny. Okay? I'm telling you this because I think it's funny. Alright? You don't need to concern. It's hilarious, because I look back and I'm like, holy shit. So yeah, my mama was mad at me. My mama was mad at me. We would get into arguments like every day. Me and my mama would get into physical fights pretty frequently during this era. Yeah. I had a bunch of social workers and stuff, and you know, people who would come in and check on me. And so I wasn't allowed the laptop. I had the phone because she couldn't take it off me. I slept with my phone tied around my torso so that she couldn't take it, like, under my shirt. Yeah. But obviously you couldn't do that with a laptop, so yeah. Yeah, I was worse than the forest critters, to be honest. I was worse because I'm schizo, they're just annoying rats. Yeah, I was very committed to not having my phone taken away because my Minecraft GF would like kill her, so I don't want to be responsible for that, okay? And my mama knew I talked to her. She knew I talked to someone. And I told her a little about my Minecraft GF, but I just described her as my friend that I'd talked to. But then one day, I didn't have any headphones at the time. One day she must have gotten up in the middle of the night and she heard me talking to her. You know, she heard her voice and I don't know what she was saying to me, but she said some weird things and my mama burst in and was like, who the fuck are you talking to? I'm cutting down the internet! I'm cutting down the internet! And, yeah, so, it got to the point where my mama actually went to the police because there were social workers involved and they contacted the police and I had to sit in a fucking interrogation room. Yeah, my mama's Bob Chandler. I had to sit in a fucking interrogation room at a police place And there was a social worker next to me and my mama next to her and the fucking police officer in there. And the guy had a notepad. Yeah, to be fair, okay, I'm gonna say at the time, I was mad. I was so fucking mad about it. Oh, I missed the best part. My Minecraft GF lived in Florida. She's just like you guys. Everyone's from Florida. It explains everything, I know. It all makes sense. I know, right? But, yeah. This whole interrogation took place with the social worker, and the guy was asking me if she'd sent me explicit pictures, and, she sent me a couple. She didn't show me anything bad. She sent me pictures of, like, she worked out, and she sent me pictures of her tummy, like, hey, look at my abs. And at the time, I was like, oh, cool, abs, but, now that I think about it, she wasn't sending me pictures just because she wanted to show off her abs. I just didn't understand at the time. Yeah, she had like abs. She was cute. I do want to say she was cute. She was Hispanic, and she had thick dark hair and big dark eyes. She was a pretty girl. Yeah. And she wasn't like big and muscular. She was like pretty skinny, but like toned skinny, if that makes sense, and tall. She was a pretty girl, okay? She was crazy too, guys. She was bad crazy. She was bad crazy. And, yeah, living a healthy lifestyle aside from the alcoholism, heroin, and shock roaming. So, where was I? Yeah, I talked to the police about it. And, I do want to say I bullshitted the police. I told them they looked through my phone, but the police were fucking stupid, and I deleted all of my messages with her. And all the pictures of her I had on my phone, and I ain't no snitch. Why? Okay, let me put this out there, because at this time, I was a child who thought I had a cool older friend who had a crush on me, and I thought that was cool and nice, and that my mother was jealous or being a bitch, and she wanted to take that away from me. Do you understand? But in reality, it was like, yeah, she was being a good mother and doing what she was supposed to do by telling my social worker about it. And then the social worker got in touch with the police, and they had to sit down with me. But at the time, I was like, God, you bitch, you fucking bitch. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? You bitch, you're gonna take away my cool friend. You're gonna take away my Jane. So, the police basically said that if she wasn't sending me explicit photos, there wasn't anything they could do. Basically, like, they couldn't stop me from having an older friend, because I covered up, like, all the... her telling me about sus things. I was like, no, she didn't say that. My mother was just telling me that. And, obviously there was no evidence. It was just, like, her word against mine. And obviously they believed her word, but they said legally there was nothing they could do. Yeah. Yeah, we do a little gaslighting. No, the police knew I was bullshitting. The police probably knew I was bullshitting, but, because there was, like, nothing they could do, and, you know... Police aren't known for being the best. They're not gonna like take my phone and scrape through the deleted messages and stuff. But anyway, that was like midway through the Minecraft saga. So I snuck into my forestry's room every single night to steal his laptop so that I could play Minecraft with my Minecraft GF. And I would basically slowly turn down the handle, creep into his room, and like hide down the side of his bed and grab the laptop from under his bed. And yeah, he's a pretty deep sleeper. I was very quiet. And I did this every day. For like 3 months straight. at like 1 o'clock in the morning, midnight, 1 o'clock, once everyone had been asleep for about 30 minutes, I would go and do that. And then I would take the laptop, I would sneak back into my room and go on the laptop until about 7 a.m. when people would start waking up. So for like 6 to 7 hours. Did he ever find out about it? Not until I told him like 4 years ago. I told him about it. I told my mama about it and we all laughed about it. Not about the grooming part. I never told her the full details. But if I did, we'd probably laugh about it. Cat burglar, yeah. But I would go and do all of that. I hope she doesn't watch this stream. It wouldn't be that bad. It was so long ago now. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares anymore. It's funny. My mom is a very light-hearted person. She would probably think it's funny now. I mean, there's nothing that could be done now anyway. It's all in the past. It's so long ago. She never actually did anything like bad to me. Aside from a little gaslighting, gatekeeping, girl bossing, and sending me mildly suggestive images and telling me weird things. Like, she didn't, like, come to my house and attack me or anything. Like, I never met her. Could have been worse. Like, if she lived in my area, that would have been great. But, yeah, one day my forestry did, like, start turning over in his sleep. And I sat up. He sat up. And I had to like duck down at the bottom of his bed. And I stayed there for like 30 minutes. Making sure he was properly asleep. Like a real ninja. I can still remember my heart was like racing. Still the 100, yeah, I'm a real gambler. I was committed. My Minecraft girlfriend was waiting for me, okay? So every day, she would be waiting for me, and we played on this. We started out playing on parkour servers. We were playing Minecraft parkour every day on like multiplayer servers. We were playing on that. And then she was like, I want to do something else. So we got bored of that eventually. And she found the creative Minecraft server. Which is why I know very little about survival Minecraft, because most of the time I spent playing Minecraft was on creative servers. And she found us this one Minecraft creative server, and how do I describe this? It was a creative server, but everyone on it was like a 30-year-old man. And it's because it was like Republican Minecraft server. I told my Discord about it, but when you join the server, they give you the server rules and you read them all. And then you would walk over to this wall when you first joined the server for the first time, and on the wall it said, "Did you vote for Obama?" And there was 2 buttons, yes and no. If you pressed no, it would let you join the server. The door would open and you would walk through the zone. And you could join the server. But if you clicked yes if you voted for Obama, the floor would drop and like drop you into lava. And then kick you from the server. So I did pass you guys, because for 2 reasons. 1, I was way too young to vote, and 2, I'm not American, so technically I did not vote for Obama. So that was fine. I could click no. digital Obama was like for memes and stuff, yeah. So I was not an Obama voter, so I could get away with it. I joined the Minecraft server, and there was like an over 18 rule. But I was in Minecraft Live, so I got away with it. And I remember the server, God, I can make an entire stream just talking about it. There was so much political drama there. Like, there was this guy that joined, and they started out like a Democrat faction of like, they built all these blue buildings. This was like my first exposure to American politics. And this went on for like 2 days in a faraway part of the map until the server owner found out. And they had a TeamSpeak. They had a fucking TeamSpeak server where everyone would talk whilst they played Minecraft. And it's like all these American old guys, they're like, oh, has anybody got some more Minecraft diamonds? Like, they were all talking. And, I don't know, he just had a massive hate for Obama. He just really hated Obama. And, they started out this faction, and I would just sit quietly in the TeamSpeak VC, sorry, and listen to everything. While they were arguing, and I had no clue what was going on, and I was like pretending that I was an adult. That might well have been where I started doing voices actually, because I used to talk deep on the chat, which looking back now is probably like, hey guys, I'm an adult. Like I used to talk in a voice the whole time. I used to do like my deepest voice. Every time I talk, like pretending. And I guess when you're a girl, you can get away with it. You can get away with it easier because, you know, girls can have higher voices and sound younger and stuff. And if you say you're 18, what are they gonna do about it? So, nobody cared, and I didn't talk very often. I didn't cause problems. I just hung out with my Minecraft girlfriend, and she told everyone I was 18 as well. She told everyone I was 18 also. So, and since she was actually an adult, yeah. Yeah. So, she got me into the Cool Kids Club. And, the server had ranks. It used to, like, go up. The longer time you spend in the server, the higher rank you would get. And you would get, like, promoted by the staff. And also, there was this whole drama. This is kind of off topic and unrelated to my Minecraft girlfriend saga, but, there was this whole overthrowing the leader arc. The guy that owned the server, he was like 35 years old, and he was married, and he had kids. And at one point, he was hanging out with one of the girls in the server. Now, guys outnumber girls like 9-1 in this server. I was like one of like 6 girls that played on the server, okay? And, he started hanging out with one of the girls on the server quite often. And anyway, she became a mod on the server, and everyone else who was a mod on the server had been on the server for like a year. She became a mod on the server after like 3 weeks. No, not Jane, not my Minecraft girlfriend. This was just some random girl who was friends with the server owner. Corruption, I know. And then there was all this drama, and I remember the most intense day on the server ever was in this TeamSpeak. It was crazy sitting there listening to them, because they would be like flirting for like 3 hours straight, and I would just sit there like shadow fried. And there's this like 35-year-old American Texas Republican man talking to this girl with a soft, high-pitched voice. And then it was revealed she was 15. And he knew. I was like, oh, well, whatever. Because I didn't want to get involved in this because I was even younger. So I just stayed out of the drama. But, apparently a lot of the moderators and admins had an issue with this, okay? And they overthrew him. They basically started like griefing his shit until he left. Until he left the server and handed the ownership to someone else. He left the server. They bullied him out. This looking back was mega fucking base. That was base as hell. They like kicked him out of the server. It was base as hell, but at the time I was like, okay, whatever, I didn't care anyway. I didn't like the guy. So that happened. That was interesting. He got voted out for being sus. Yep. So they reported him to the police. Nobody knew who he was. Like his real name, it was just an alias. Everyone used an alias. But anyway, me and Jane were playing every day. Now Jane would play way more than me because if you remember, I'm using the stolen laptop from my forestry, which means I'm limited to like 6 hours a day of Minecraft gaming. But Jane was on that server like 12 plus hours a day, every single day. She was gaming, and this wasn't just a Minecraft server. There was a whole community. Like everyone was talking in VC and TeamSpeak all day, every day. And I got to the point where she was a mod in like 6 months, and I got to mod in about 8 months of playing. I played on the server with her for like a year straight, by the way. After the 3 months or so where I was stealing my forestry's laptop was over, I think it was Christmas, and I stole, I didn't stole. I got enough money to buy another laptop. I saved up enough to buy a notebook, and I started playing myself at like 12 FPS, but the damage was done. I did not steal. I stole my forestry's laptop, but no, I ordered it on the internet. I had a second-hand, the refurbished laptop from eBay. It was like £100, and it ran like shit. It ran fucking horribly. And, it was too late by this point because, the hierarchy had already happened. She was in on everything. She was in on all the groups. She was talking to everyone every day. She knew everyone really well. And, I felt kind of left out, because I've been able to play a lot less than her. And there was a couple months where I couldn't play at all. I was talking to her on Uvu, but I couldn't play the Minecraft much. I don't know why. I couldn't get my forestry's laptop anymore. I don't remember why. Maybe he moved it or something to somewhere where I couldn't take it. I don't remember. I don't remember at all. But she started playing every day. He doesn't remember. No, I've talked to him about it. He had no clue I was taking the laptop. Until I went and told him that was. But Twitch says I have 0 followers. Twitch? My follower count on Twitch just updated and it says I have 0 followers. Are we okay? Twitch? Twitchkin? I'm guessing that's a glitch. It's a little sauce. Glitch? I'll show you. Glitch. Aw. Aw. I got canceled because of my story. No. thank God, that was... Oh. Okay, we're back. The grooming story stole my followers. But anyway, she was playing every day, and she was making friends with everyone, and doing all of these things, and, I was starting to feel left out, guys. I was starting to feel left out. Cause, you know, like, the social ladder in the server was really complex. There was a lot going on. And because I wasn't there all the time, yeah, I started feeling jealous. I started feeling, like, pushed out, I guess. Cause, you know, they were having all this, I would join the TeamSpeak VC, and they would be talking about things, like, I had no clue about. And I was like, what? She would be, like, laughing and joking with everyone. And I'd be like, can we go and talk in VC together, just you and me? Because I don't know anyone here. And she'd be like, no, this is fun. Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, okay. And, then one day, I joined the server. And, she'd moved her house. Now, the way the server worked is you could buy, like, tiles of land for doing things on the server. And we had tiles next to each other, and you could only build on your specific tiles, right? And when I first joined the server, I bought one tile. She bought the tile next to me. And she'd sold that tile. And moved her house to a tile next to this other fucking guy. Yeah, I expired. I became a teenager. And it turns out she'd been chatting to this fucking moderator guy behind my back every single day. This one moderator guy. And here's the thing, he was like 30. He was like 30. And I confronted her about it. She was like, well, you're not on enough, so I can't play with you every day. You're not on it enough, so I had to start playing with other people. What do you expect? Blah 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 blah. You expect me to sit around and wait for you all day? Blah 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 blah. You expect me to do this and that. And we got into an argument, and we fell out, and I stopped going on the server. No loyalty. Fucking woman. And how did she play all the time? Did she not have a job? Nope. She didn't have a job. She lived with her parents and didn't pay rent. And then I came back on the server after we hadn't talked in months. I just went back on out of curiosity, and she changed her username to his girlfriend, basically. And she said she was dating him. Now, I'm gonna tell the truth here. I stalked her every day for about 6 months. I checked all of her social media, and I changed my Minecraft username and deleted all my progress on the server and said I was never coming back. Then I changed my username and joined the server as a different account, pretending I was a different person, a silent player, a new player on the server. I deleted like a year of progress on that server and joined as a new person. I didn't use VC. I didn't talk very much. I would just like read her messages with him because they had like a public chat. I would just read all the messages that they were sending and stuff. And most of the time they were talking in VC, so it would just be things like come over here and stuff like that. But I would sit there and I would read all the messages. And I would check her Wattpad like every hour. I love it. She was online on the Google. I tracked down Jin's Facebook and I made a fake Facebook account so that I could add her as a friend. She would just accept any friend requests and I could see all of her statuses. And you guys, she moved in with the Minecraft groomer. She moved in with him. They lived together. She moved out of her parents' house to live with this 30-year-old guy. IRL from Minecraft. She got groomed. And it turns out they only lived together for like 3 months. And then she went back home. Now, I don't know what happened in those 3 months. But she broke up with him. I remember there was one day where I checked her Facebook, which must have been the day they broke up. And she made her profile picture black. Like a black circle. She made it like a black circle. And she was like, don't talk to me. Like she did the, you know, the edgy, the min-hair thing. Yeah, the classic. She moved back in with her parents, and I know this, even though I didn't talk to her. I know this because, I know this because I could tell it was her she updated her profile picture with a new selfie, and I could tell it was her parents' house. Look, she groomed me. It's my right to be a stalker, alright? This bitch spent like 2 years grooming me. I'm allowed to stalk her a little. What do you expect? She made me relying on talking to her every day and then abandoned me. It was awful. And, yeah, she was one of those. She would post, like, everything on Facebook except, like she would update her Facebook status, like, 6 times a day. Oh, I forgot the part of the story. I forgot the part of the story where her book on Wattpad was a bunch of like short horror stories she would write about different things. And she made a whole story series about me. She wrote a character based on me who was like an evil serial killer and went around and like killed everyone. And it was so cool. She made her super cute too. My self-insert character had ribbons even then, by the way. I had like a big hair bow and wore like a frilly white dress. Like, not much has changed. And I had long dark hair. It was very cute. But yeah, the lore has been around that long. I don't know if it came from there, but she was like, oh, we should give you a cute dress. And I was like barefoot and wandering around. And that was in the story. And she worked with a small publishing company who published her collection of stories. So there's a published book with a character written about me out there somewhere. It's like a small indie book, and I own a physical copy of it. Like, it's not big or anything. It's not big, but it's like, you know, just like a small indie published book. I don't think you'll be able to find it. I would be impressed if you could, but I'm not gonna dox her. But, anyway. Yeah, so that was the thing. She literally wrote 3 stories about me. I was her girlfriend. She didn't write a story about anyone else. She wasn't actually my girlfriend, but even though I kept rejecting her, I don't know, I guess I saw her as my girlfriend, probably. You know, we talked every day. Yeah. Do you miss her? Not now. I did for about a year or 2 after. But, I did find out as of a few years ago, because I had her on Snapchat, and I haven't used Snapchat in like 8 years, but, I remember I checked her Snapchat a couple years ago, her Snapchat story. I had it on my phone when I got a new phone, and I just checked out of curiosity, and, she's married. She's married now, and she has 2 children. I think they'd be like 2 and 5 or 6 now. Maybe 3 and 6. She made it, I guess. She's married now. Not to the Minecraft groomer, to someone else. Don't know who he is. Yeah, so much for being a lesbian. Yeah, she married him and had kids. I don't know if they're still together, but I knew she had children as of then. So, yeah, I hope she got her shit together. I mean, it would be kind of nice. It would be kind of nice if you know, she's good and happy or whatever. I don't wish any bad things on her, but I did feel a little jealous, I will admit. First, like, I feel like those feelings never truly go away. Like, even when I found out about this a couple of years ago, I got like a spike of jealousy when I saw it, just because, you know, those feelings, it's hard to get rid of them completely. Yeah, so that was something. That was something. That was something. She has a life. Yeah, and I have 62,000 husbands. Who's winning now? Who's winning now, Jane? Who's winning now? Yeah. I feel like me being so young was probably the reason as well. Cause like, she got in my head very early. That story took like an hour to tell. I didn't expect that. I'm sorry. We were supposed to be having a short Zatsu. Fuck. I have to tell it. I've told this story briefly, but I've never told you the whole thing. There you go. I hope you enjoyed it. Truly the most story of all time. Yep. Yep. You're welcome. Yep. That was fun. It was an adventure. I don't know what she's up to now. I should check in on her. I wonder if I can. I wonder if I can find her. Oh my god. Is that her? That's not her. Okay, my Facebook account doesn't exist anymore. That's weird. I'm trying to find her. It's live stalking right now. No, that's not her. I'm trying to stalk her. Trying to stalk her, you know. I'm live stalking you guys. Looking for... That's not her. Where the fuck is she? Where is she? Where's my giraffe? Where's my giraffe? Where'd she go? If I could find her book again, I could probably find her. I forget what it's called. Have I found her? One second. I typed her last name wrong. I'm a horrible stalker. I'm sorry. That's why I couldn't find her. Let me try again. She shut down her Facebook? I can't find her. Holy shit, I found her. I found my Minecraft TM! Her last post was in 2020. She looks happy. She's gained a little weight, but like healthy because she was very skinny. She looks nice. Let's see if I can find anything else on her because this is like a commercial page. Does she have a Twitter? This is a stalking stream. Welcome. We do a little stalking. We do a little stalking. Does she still have a website, I wonder? God, some other bitch keeps popping up that's not her. Fuck off, I don't care. They have the same name, but it's not her. She have a LinkedIn? An Instagram, maybe? I wonder what she does now. I wonder what she does with her life. I wonder what she does. Since she has a Twitter, I'm curious. I don't think she does. Not under her real name, at least, which is sad. I might have to do some advanced stalking to try and find her. I'm curious now. I haven't even thought about her in forever. It's under stalk. Why not? What's wrong with doing a little stalking? What's wrong with that? Oh, where's her blog? She hasn't posted anything in so long. She hasn't posted anything since the end of 2020, guys. It's really sad. It's really sad. Where is she? It's sad. It's been so long. Let me sip my tea. Follow her on Goodreads. Sorry, this has become a stalking stream. Imagine a stream where I just do what I tell you I'm gonna do for the day. Wouldn't that be nice? I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to try and find her sometime. I did find a more recent picture of her, so I would say it's worth it. That was interesting. Okay. Cool. I'm done stalking now. We should do what I said we were gonna do. I'm gonna try and find an Instagram. She seems like she would have an Instagram. I'll update you if I find her. I could check TikTok, yeah, maybe. Ona-chan, Ona-chan, Oni-chan, Oni-chan. She's not my ex. We didn't date. She was my Minecraft. Yes, it's not the same, okay? It's not the same. You could check these databases. Check Minecraft. I don't remember her username. Shadow will fix everything. My grandma gave me a big thing of chocolate yesterday. The issue is all of it is Hershey's chocolate. What do? Oh God, your grandma gave it to you. You pinch your nose and you shove it all into your mouth. That's what you do. That's what you do. I don't think I have her phone number anymore. It was so long ago. If it's from your grandma, you have to eat it or else. Hydrological very real fact is and all that. You should always be nice to your grandma. You should always be very nice. Yes, you should be her best friend. Yeah, grandmas are great. Do not be mean. Sophie, thank you for the bits. Well, Connie, thank you for subscribing. A stick of butter, thank you for 17 months. Jupkin, thank you for 2 months. Herbasilentia, thank you for 2 months. Azerdan, thank you for the bits. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Wait, gift subs? My brain. Brrr. Lolita Cakes, thank you for subscribing. Sotoha, thank you for 10 months. Bistromatica, thank you for the bits. Tobin Cat, thank you for subscribing. Suspicious Ammon, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. Bits, thank you for 3 months. Thank you. Walter Zosibaka, thank you for 14 months. Tamaras, okay, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Kiridan Boyoko, thank you for 2 months. JP10, thank you for subscribing, welcome. Lisa, thank you for the bits. Rico, thank you for the bits. Bot Fodder, thank you for subscribing. Newland of Sam, thank you for subscribing with Prime and welcome. Ribbon Mara, thank you for 3 months. Thank you very much. Okay, I need to go and powder my nose real fast, and then we're gonna actually play the game. I'm sorry, Mr. Jazz, for telling a story about grooming when I said I would play the game. Okay, that went on way too long. I always do this. I always tell stories with way too many details. Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry for oversharing. Sorry, Mr. King, Emperor Jazz. Okay, I'll be right back. Bye. Hello. Hello, hi. Hi. Tadaima. Imagine if she fell into the VTuber rabbit hole and is watching the stream right now and panicking. I would be amazed if she did. She wasn't into anime or anything. If she was here, then I'd say hi. I'd be fine with that. No hard feelings, Grimmer Jack. Hi, thank you for waiting for me. Alrighty, it's gaming time. We're gonna meet Mr. We're gonna meet Mr. Yeah, a lot of VTubers play Minecraft. Maybe she became a VTuber. Maybe that's why she went quiet. I think she got over the heroin, by the way. I've seen a few people ask about that. I'm pretty sure she got over it. I'm pretty sure it was her ex-girlfriend that got her the heroin, so... yeah. Imagine if she became a VTuber, and like one day we meet. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure it's just that she couldn't get her hands on it anymore. When her ex moved or something. I don't fucking remember. Instant wit longer. I mean, if she's become like an adult and she's nice now and she's not being weird anymore, I don't think she should be cancelled for something she did as an adolescent. She was an adult, but she was pretty young still, and I don't have any hard feelings against her, so even if she was a VTuber, unless I thought she was dangerous or something and was gonna do stuff like that to anyone, I think everyone deserves a second chance. And, I don't think people should be prosecuted for, like, one fucked up thing. Yeah. That they did. Especially a long time ago. I think people deserve a chance to turn things around. Yeah. 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 People can change. People can realize they fucked shit up and they did uncomfortable or weird things. Like, she was going through a lot as well. She, I think she had borderline personality disorder. Which, to some of you that know about borderline, that probably makes a lot of sense given the things that I've told you about her. Yeah, she was seeing a therapist and stuff. If she managed to turn her life around and, like, get married and have kids, I'm honestly happy for her. I think everyone deserves happiness. Mr. Gore screaming Sodoko. There we go. Thank you, Lisa. My sister had borderline. I was legit thinking that the whole time. Some extreme cases of borderline personality disorder can be like that because she was unmedicated too. And doing drugs and alcohol and stuff, which probably had a big impact on her behavior. Okay! Didn't sound too loud. Did it go back up? It did. The game sound went up again. Is that better? I turned it down, but it went back up. Is that good? Do you want it louder, quieter? Could be a little lower. I'm gonna turn the music down, I think, because I don't want the voices to be so low you can't hear them. Oh yeah, Mr. Jazz sent me a patch also. I didn't really go down much. So that the CDs don't showing in, because he was worried that they would show up, so he like... Yeah? Wait, what? Eh? Okay. なるほど。It's him! It's Mr. Screaming Show! Oh yeah, so something I didn't mention last time is apparently if you turn people off in the voice settings, they'll yell at you. Where is he? Where's Mr. Gore? There he is. He gets mad at you. Mr. Screaming Show gets mad if you turn off his voice. They all do that. Doesn't it have a lot of personality? It's like the cutest thing I've ever seen. Others? Everyone.
何よ、黙ってろっての？なんだ、いいわよだ。やっほー、そうよね。
Shut up,
私
woman.
の声は絶対必要よね。
Which game is this? Gore Screaming Show. It has a category on Twitch now. It didn't have one last stream, but it has one now.
声いらないのね。そっか。私の声が聞きたいんだ。ありがとう。
Cute.
声いらないの？残念だけど仕方ないわね。
I don't know how you can actually turn them off. I would feel so bad. The game guilt trips you.
私の声を聞いてくれるの？ありがとう。嬉しいわ。え？何？切っちゃうの？ちょっとそりゃないじゃないの？やっぱこのヤミコさんの声がなくちゃ始まんないわよね。ユカの声いらないの？殺してやるんだから。
This is our wife. We just haven't met her properly yet.
ユカの声聞いてくれるんだ。嬉しいな。
Apparently, this character, Yuka, she's the reason that Mr. J wants me to play the game because he thinks one, I will love her, and you guys will also love her. Apparently, she reminds him of me, so that's very interesting. Literally me. She's literally me. You know what we could do though?
なんだよ、用なしかよ。ちゅ、いいけどさ、教授だって声ねえしな。しゃあねえや。俺マジ喋っていいの？やったラッキー。
God, shut up, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Okay. That's looks fun. They showed me that. That's cute. I thought that was mega cute. Okay, let's go, let's go. Do you remember the cliffhanger we were left on? Someone was here? Yeah? Between his humming to himself and his rather poor strumming of the guitar, Kyoji fails to hear approaching footsteps or the sound of the door opening. Ah! May I come in? Misuno-san. In his surprise, Kyoji makes the guitar let out a loud, dissonant note.
ごめんなさい。音が聞こえたから誰だろうと思って外からノックしたんだけど気づかなかった？
Are the volumes okay? Is the voice volume okay? I'm sorry. I just heard something, so I figured someone might be in here. I tried to knock, but I guess you didn't hear it. Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you at all. What are you doing here, Misuno-san? As Kyoji looks at her, bewildered, Kika smiles soft.
私前からよくこの部屋に来ていたの。ほら見て。
Well, I've been coming to this room for a while now. There, see? Oh! Kika points towards one of the room's corners where an old telescope has been set up. Okay, good night, Mr. Vito. Good night. And hello, Bucket of Rocks. Hello.
あっちにも。
There, too. She then points to a wall that has a constellation map into it. Next to the map is a box that has another such map stuffed into it. Ha!
元は天文部の部室だったみたいよ。私もたまに来ていたの。
This used to be the astronomy club's room. I come to this room every now and then, too. Oh. Come to think of it, there are signs of the astronomy club all over the room. But since none of them seem to have been used recently, it seems safe to say the astronomy club is probably disbanded. Who is this then? Yoji lifts his guitar, which Kika regards with apprehension.
わからないわ。物置も兼ねてるみたいだから音楽室から来たのかしら。
I have no idea. This room seems to be a storeroom too, so I guess it's from the music club. He started playing it on a whim, but is he allowed to just pick it up and use it? What if this belongs to someone?
使っても悪くはないんじゃない？古いものみたいだし、置きっぱなしになっていたみたいだし。
I don't think there's any reason you can't use it. I mean, it looks old and it's just been sitting here the whole time. Right. Maybe some graduate left it here. Wait, huh? It looks at Kika in surprise, seeing her bring a hand to her lips and chuckle.
だって不安そうな顔をしてるんですもの。
I mean, you look so anxious. She's awfully perceptive. He's reminded that Kika was always like that. Alright. Does you have any plans here, Misuno-san? In that case, I can leave.
気にしないで。息抜きに来ているだけだから。
Oh no, don't worry about that. I just come here to relax. To relax? He's a little surprised to hear her say that. Her saying she needs to come here to relax seems to imply that class stresses her out. Yeah? Aren't most people stressed out? In any sort of education place? He does remember seeing her read books all alone during breaks. She certainly isn't being ostracized, but she did only transfer in a few months ago. Maybe she doesn't quite feel at home in this class yet. Much like Kyoji doesn't right now. Kyoji thankfully has people who've known him since years ago, like Shinta and Akane. On top of that, the incident with Sabashima seems to have made everyone more comfortable with him. Even so, he'll no doubt still feel a little bit restless in class for a while longer. Isn't everyone just stressed? Yeah, he's too Chad, you're right. He just doesn't understand the introvert POV. I guess that's what they call a sense of affinity. Kika peers outside, then turns her eyes back towards Kyoji. As their eyes meet, she smiles. Say, Is it okay if I started coming here too?
もちろん私も来てもいいかしら。
Of course. Do you mind me being here? Of course not. The Tiltham exchange gazes and smile again. She's really cute. Look at her.
Wife.
Wife material for sure. She's very Yamato Nadeshiko. Perfect wife type. Like polite, reserved, kind girl. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Wife material. Homer ends, and everyone gets to their feet. Yoshi turns his eyes towards the door where he sees Anbal peering into the classroom. Spotting Kyoji, he starts speaking in his trademark sleepy voice. But she's not a lolly. Yeah? That's okay. You can like lollies and like other types of girls. Everyone has different tastes. I like lots of types of girls. I like different types of guys as well. I don't think many people just have one type of character they like.
神野くん、ちょっと来なさい。
Chino-kun, can you come over here for a moment?
The corridor is full of students hurrying home. Meanwhile, Ando waits for Kyoji at the door, the depressed teacher. Can someone Photoshop me onto him next? That's a vibe. That's a vibe. I'm feeling it. Give him my hair and make his eyes pink. Yeah, he looks like I kicked his dog. Hi, Mimini. I hope you're okay. When Kyoji goes out into the corridor, he lets out a dry cough and scratches his cheek.
あんまりこういうことを言いたくはないんだがね。
I don't very much like the fact I have to tell you this.
Ando heaves an unpleasant sigh. He blinks his tiny— oh god, it's getting worse! He's looking at me with pure disgust. Oh no! He blinks his tiny, depressed eyes as he looks at Kyoshi.
先行そうそう。少し騒がせすぎではないかね。
But don't you think you've made a bit too much of a mess on your first day at school?
That's Shoma-chan. I'm probably dating his wife. I'm his wife's boyfriend. What does he mean? Kyoshi gets the feeling he's talking about what happened yesterday with Sabashima, but for some reason he has an oddly bad feeling about this. Ando regards him with an abject smile. We made him happy, and lets out a strained laugh.
どうやら君はクラスのヒーローってやつになったみたいだね。
It looks like you've become something of a hero among your peers.
I didn't mean to. Kyoji wants to refute Ando's words somehow, but he can't come up with anything. Ando simply nods with an expression that says he understands everything. He's gonna be my friend.
まあ、君くらいの年頃はそんな風に目立ちたいものかもしれないが、大人になってしまえば、それがいかにつまらないものかがよーくわかるよ。うん。
I know that kids your age want to stand out somehow, but once you become an adult, you realize just how inconsequential acting that way really is.
What's his problem? Kyoji is sick to his stomach. Why does this teacher have to jump to the worst possible conclusion? He's not my friend. He throws a dangerous glance at the teacher. Sir, if you have something to say, could you stop beating around the bush and just say it?
Oh,
Huh?
Ando's mouth simply hangs open for a moment. Seems he didn't expect Kyoji to actually talk back to him. Uh-oh. I didn't do this because I wanted to make myself stand out. And I don't think I'm a hero or anything. I think you've got the wrong idea about me. The more words leave Kyoji's lips, the angrier he feels. The small, plump man, he's blaming someone else for being a man, standing in front of him doesn't look like a teacher to be respected, but simply a nasty man.
いや、私は別にだね。
No, I didn't mean.
You didn't mean what? Go on, say it, bro. Oh my god! Kyoji, calm down! Jeez! Kyoji knows that making himself look problematic won't do him any good, but he can't keep himself from glaring at the teacher. Ando looks like he's about to say something, but in the end he only averts his eyes from Kyoji.
まあ、これ以降、面倒は起こさないでくれ。
Well, just don't cause any more trouble, please.
Damn! Once Kyoji returns into the classroom, Shinta immediately hurries over to him, his face clearly concerned.
スイマなんだって？
What did the Sandman want? Nothing. He just said a bunch of stupid stuff.
面倒を起こすなとか言われただろ？
Probably told you not to cause any trouble, huh? Shinta beams at him.
あいつさ、やる気ないんだよね。卑屈だし、すごく嫌なやつ。クラスの連中、誰も相手してないよ。
That guy has no motivation whatsoever. He's just unpleasant and nasty. No one in class wants to deal with him. I saw his face, the look.
だから、教授もあんまり気にするなよ。あ、そうだ、あれやるよ。
It's too shit-eating grin I've ever seen. Do not perceive. So don't let him bother you, Kyoji. Alright, I've got something to give you. Can we remove this face? Like we can turn off the voices. Can we turn off that face? It hurts me. Saying that, Shinta returns to his seat for a moment. He rummages through his bag and returns with what looks like a keychain in his hand.
これ、昨日ゲーセンのクレーンゲームで撮ったんだ。教授、
Is
こういうの好きだろ？
What the fuck? I won this from a crane game at the arcade yesterday. You like this sort of stuff, right? What kind of gift is that? What is this? What is this thing? Shinta hands the keychain to Kyoji. He realizes it's shaped like a monster from a flashy show he knows.
これ面白いんだよ。ここのところを押すとさ、頭のところのライトがつくんだ。
This one's really cool. If you push it here, it's handsome. It's not Mr. Gorb. To illustrate, he pushes hard on the keychain's rubbery torch show. The hole at the top of the monster's head flashes up with a surprisingly bright light. Yeah, he got his nails though. Slay Queen. Go off. Thanks, man. The crit expression, Kyoji accepts the keychain. He's trying to buy my favor because I'm a Giga Chat. He presses on its body to try it out. On closer inspection, its eyes are made out of transparent material that glow whenever the headlights on. Oh, that's kind of cool. He's doing his best to keep it from showing on his face, but he's actually really happy about this gift. Oh shit. What's more, this keychain is a doll from the final demon beast Baravan, a creature from Super Duper Amazing Demon Cyclone 5, a show Kyoji loved as a kid. Come to think of it, this monster is known for shooting beams from its eyes that turn any humans they hit into zombies. So when Red got hit by the beam, the other 4 members of the team had to find him, and then... what happened after that again? Damn. Kyoji screws up his face. He suddenly noticed that Shinta is grinning at him. Stop it. Please, I'm begging you. Stop looking at me. Stop.
いやー、好きだね。
I'm just thinking that you really like this stuff. Aw, zip it. Is it just me or is your attitude really different compared to yesterday? True, you two-faced bitch. Sinta awkwardly looks away and feigns a chuckle. You keep talking about how I changed yesterday, so what? Have you changed your mind?
いや、なんていうかさ、見た目はカッコつけになったけど、中身はあんま変わってないんだなと思ったら安心した。
No! It's just, you look all different and not cool now, but on the inside you're the same guy. Figuring that out was a relief. I'm not trying to act cool and I didn't even change that much. If anything, you changed more than I did.
だって教授、手紙の一つもよこさないんだもん。
I mean, Kyoji, you didn't send me a single letter. Oh, I wonder why. Sinta pouts. Is there a Sinta root? Well, you didn't send me any letters either.
まあそうだけどさ。
I mean, yeah, I guess, but still. What a hypocrite. The two exchange looks for a moment before allowing themselves sheepish smiles. They used to be such good friends. They hung out all the time and were close enough to know what the other wanted to play next. Maybe it's because they were that close that it was too awkward to send each other letters. Ultimately, 3 years passed without them so much as giving each other a phone call. They were more than friends. Despite that silence, they started talking with each other freely in no time, even if there was some awkwardness at first. I'm finally back home. That soothing thought crosses his mind. Sinta suddenly looks up at the clock hanging on the wall.
といけね。俺そろそろ部活行かねえと。遅刻すんなって昨日後輩をどやしつけたから、俺が遅れたら示しがつかないや。
Oh shoot! I need to get to club activities. Just yesterday I shouted at one of the new members about being late, so I can't be late myself after that. Gotta set an example.
じゃあな、教授。また明日。
Yeah, I don't believe it. Kyoji's too much of a chad, sorry. Kyoji's so much of a chad to be intimidated by the thought of being gay. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, yeah, I kiss my homies, what of it? And everyone's like, okay. Not a sad. You're a sad. Hi, Sua. Hello. Yeah, Ribbon Kids is my original song. It's releasing on Sunday. 3 days! 3 days, you guys! 3 days! Prepare. Click the YouTube. Turn on the notification or else. You love this English dub? Yeah, official English dub. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, man. See you tomorrow. Those words tingle in his thoughts. As soon as Kyoji steps out to the corridor, he pauses. Is Kika in the astronomy room again? That thought makes him want to check. What does he do? I'm gonna save just in case this puts me on a different mood. I'm gonna go see Kika though. I'm gonna go see her. I like the little hearts, it's cute. They let you know what you're heading towards. That's helpful. After parting ways with Shinta, Kyoji makes his way to the old astronomy club room. Thanks to his chat with Shinta, his bad mood from walking with the soundman is gone. He could just head home, talking with the soundman, sorry. He could just head home, but he wants to finish tuning the guitar he found during lunch. Besides, Kika might be there too. He stands in front of the door and knocks.
はい、どうぞ。
Yes, come in. Oh, baby! unwiggle my eyebrows very fast, but I tried. Nice, this is a cute TG, I like this. May I come in?
どうぞ。
Go ahead. Hika greets him with a lively smile. She's apparently reading a book as a hardcover is sitting open on her lap. Would it be annoying if I played the guitar a bit?
気にしなくていいわよ。BGM になってちょうどいいくらい。
I don't mind. It'd make for good background music. Kyoji picks up the guitar. For a while, the only things Kyoji can hear are his own reserved plucking of the guitar and the sound of Kika leafing through her book. But soon enough, he can also hear the sound of a trumpet playing from the music room nearby. The wind instrument band has started practicing, it seems. Kyoji stops plucking and listens in. They're playing When the Saints Go Marching In. Pure music plays outside, and the room is silent. It feels like he's all alone with Kika in some isolated place.
ジンノ君がギターを弾くなんて知らなかった。
I didn't know that you played the guitar. Looking up, he spots Kika looking at him. I can't exactly play it. I only started learning how. I'm pretty lousy, right?
いつから始めたの？
How long have you been learning? Since New Year's. A relative gave me his acoustic guitar. I wanted an electric one though. 2 young kids in an isolated room in a Japanese van? Yeah, quick Kyoji, play Wonderwall! Yeah, he should do it. What are you reading, Misamo-san? He leans in to take a closer look. Hika holds out the cover for him to see. Angel, angel, angel?
児童文学。この作家さんのご本、最近好きなの。
It's a young adult novel. I've been getting into this author's books recently. Angel Cube. Oh. Back in their old school, Kika and him were in the library committee together. There was a rule where all students had to be a part of some kind of committee, so Kyoji arbitrarily chose the library committee. He did recall that Kika willingly volunteered to join the library committee though. Apparently she was an avid reader even back then. You know...
何？
Yes. When we're like this, it's kind of hard to tell if we're in this school or that one. The uniform is different, but that's the only difference. Having Kika around puts him at ease.
そうね。
Yes, it is. Kika nods and lowers her eyes. I think she has her shoes off. Yeah, that's her heel. Wait. Yeah, that's her heel. She's not wearing shoes. No shoes. Kika nods and lowers her eyes. After that, the two of them pass the time their own way before eventually parting ways. On the way back, he considers inviting her to walk home together, but Kika mentioned she needed to stop by the library. Besides, he feels hesitant to invite her because it might come across as being a bit too familiar with her too soon. No! That's not sad of you! Kyoji! 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 You gotta offer to walk her home! Not sad enough! Not sad enough! Not sad enough, Kyoji! You were supposed to be the chosen one! Offer to walk her home, especially with those creepy gangster guys around. Screaming from inside the car. Kyoji! Kyoji! Kyoji, you have to walk her home! Kyoji! Kyoji! Kyoji, she's gonna get assaulted! Kyoji! Kyoji, walk her home! What's that? I don't hear anything. Is there a CG here? Maybe. Yeah, I saw someone ask. This is the Steam version that I'm playing. And additionally, Mr. J asked made me a streamer version as well. I'm pretty sure the Steam version still has some content that I wouldn't be allowed to show on stream. You can buy the game on Steam, and then you can download the patch from jast.com.net from Jast's website and install it on top of the Steam version. But also you can buy the full game on Jast's website, and you don't need to get the patch. I'm pretty sure it's uncensored too. From what I've heard, the original Japanese game is censored. Some of the gore is censored. And don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that this version is uncensored because it can't be sold inside Japan. So this might well be the first uncensored release, I believe. Because if you didn't know, a lot of Japanese laws, you're not allowed to sell uncensored gore or uncensored interesting scenes. And I'm pretty sure everything's uncensored now. They have the original CDs minus censoring. So... Jazz doesn't allow mosaics, so yeah. Even if you've played this game before, it might be worth replaying. At his old school, all the boys thought Kiko was out of their league. With the exception of a few shameless guys, everyone admired her from afar. Being in the same committee as her made him feel a bit more natural around her, but even so, he always felt nervous at times like these. See you. See you. The word to see you felt oddly ticklish. As he slips on his sneakers, he throws a glance at her as she heads for the library. He decides to invite her to walk back home together with him tomorrow. Being with Kika puts him at ease, and talking to her about all sorts of things would surely be fun. Let's go, Giga-chan. Okay, he's redeemed himself a little. Hello, mother. Mommy. What is on her shirt? New wave of death, Nekomapo? What is this? What is this entity? What is this? My spirit? What? I swear, schools nowadays are just no good. That night, Yamiko says this in her usual slow tone as she digs into her instant curry.
なあなあっていうか、事なかれ主義っていうか、とりあえずまあまあって言ってら済むと思ってんのかしらねえ。
They just compromise or believe in letting sleeping dogs lie. They probably think this will all blow over if they just leave it alone, right? Try telling that to the teachers. Kyoji tiredly drops his shoulders as Yamiko waves her spoon in his direction.
いやよ、そんなめんどくさい。そういうのを時間の無駄と言います。あの手のバカは頭固いから。
No, that just sounds like it'd be a drag. That's what we call a waste of time. People like them are too hard-headed to understand. Adults, huh? The word crosses Kyoji's mind. Yamiko carries the spoon into her mouth and cocks her head in a way that is vaguely charming.
そうそう。それよりきょうちゃん、ちょっとお願いがあるんだけど。
Oh, right. I wanted to ask you for a little favor, Kyoji. What? Kyoji already feels his guard raising. He has a bad feeling about this.
明日の放課後、今
Are you free tomorrow after school? No, I'm busy.
へえ。
Oh. Kyoji tries to make his escape. Yamiko pursues him by leaning in close.
暇じゃないの？本当に？
You're busy? Really? Really? Yamiko's expression suddenly changes.
暇じゃないんだ。クラブ活動もしない、宿題をしている様子もない、家のことをするわけでもないきょうちゃんが忙しいですって？本当に？
You're busy? When you don't go to any club, hardly do your homework or help out around the house? Really?
このヤミコさんの目を見て、もう一回言ってごらんなさい。
Can you look me in the eye and say that one more time? Yamiko holds Kyoji's face with both hands and peers into his eyes. Fine, just let me go. So, what are we gonna do?
明日なんだけど、放課後、私の取材を手伝ってくれない？
Wow, could you help me with coverage for a story tomorrow after school? A story? Like for a breeze?
そうよ、スリリングでしょ？あ、それとももしかして怖い？
That's right. Thrilling, isn't it? Or what? Are you scared? I'm scared.
大丈夫。もしも変なものに取りつかれたりしても、ちゃんと信頼のおける霊能者に頼んであげるから。
Don't worry. If you get possessed by something evil, I'll ask a reliable medium to help you. That sounds even more shady.
まあ本当にそんなに妙な取材じゃないから安心して付き合ってちょうだいね。
But don't worry, it's nothing that strange. Don't worry about it, just help me out. You'll make me help you whether I want to or not anyway.
なんか言った？
Did you say something? Yamiko cracks her knuckles again, which makes Kyoji shake his head in a hurry. Nothing, I didn't say anything.
ならいいけど。そういえばきょうちゃん、学校の行き帰りは気をつけてね。妙なおじさんに声かけられてもついていっちゃダメよ。
That's good. Alright, Kyo-chan, you should be careful on your way back from school. Don't follow any weird men in the streets, okay? What? Where did that come from?
この辺で最近ね、行方不明事件が起きてるん
My
で
god,
す
Mr.
よ。
Gore. I'm sorry, Mother. If Mr. Gore comes over, I'm gonna have to go with him. He's the Mr. Gore show. Screaming. Well, there have been a lot of disappearances in the area lately. Is he talking about the story Shinta told him? Wasn't it all girls who went missing, though?
まあね、ここってほら田舎だし、いなくなったのも若い女の子ばっかりだから、都会に憧れて家出しちゃっただけかもしれないけど。
I suppose. But I mean, we're out in the sticks, and it's all little girls who went missing. So maybe they ran away from home because they wanted to see what the big city's like. Okay, but I don't think, like, you said one of them was an elementary schooler. I don't think elementary schoolers are known from running away from home to go to the big city.
それにしては身の回りのものなんかも置きっぱなしだし、ちょっと変でしょ？
But that said, it's kind of strange. They left their bags and stuff behind. They're looking for Minecraft giraffes! I guess.
だから人さらいとか神隠しとか妖怪赤マントとかハーメルンの笛吹きとかそういう可能性もあるから。
So people think it's kidnapping, or that those girls got spirited away, or that it's the boogeyman or the Pied Piper. Those kinds of theories. No way. Cozy denies it all at once.
だから 一応きょうちゃんも気をつけてね。
So I'm saying you should be careful just in case. The Pied Piper! Yeah, I'm sorry guys, but if I saw Mr. Gore's screaming show in the street, I would follow him, I would trust him. I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to contain myself. It's the Mr. Screaming Gore show, man, John. Hey, don't just ignore me. I said no way right on cue, didn't I?
ごちそうさまでした。
Thanks for the meal. Yamiko brings her hands together tearfully. Thanks for the meal. Now then. After playing the guitar in front of Kika at school, he's motivated to get better as soon as possible. As soon as he returns to his room, he intends to start practicing. Let's go, impress her. Yamiko's eyes shine as she sees him get up.
今日もギターの練習するの？
Are you going to practice the guitar today too? Yeah, what about it? When Yamiko's eyes sparkle like that, nothing good ever comes out of it. As Kyoji hesitantly gives her a reply, she smirks at him.
あのね、一度きょうちゃんのギターを録音させてもらえないかな。
I was just thinking, is there any way I could record your guitar once? Her request comes from seemingly nowhere. Does she want to record it to keep track of how much progress he's making? Or does she actually like his music? Maybe she feels like Kyoji's awkward skills are a diamond in the rough or something? I don't trust that, smile. I guess you could. I mean, there's no point recording me, is there? She's up to something. This is the smile of a gremlin. Stifling his bashfulness, he brusquely asks her that, only for Yamiko to shake her head.
そんなことないわよ。とっても素敵よ。きょうちゃんのギターじゃないとダメなのよ。
Oh, not at all. Oh, it's just lovely. It's no good if it's not the sounds of your guitar. Really?
他の音なんかダメよ。もっと広く世界中に聞かせるべき音だと思うのね。いや、むしろ大宇宙に。
No one else's music will do. The whole world should be hearing this. No, the whole universe. Come on, you're exaggerating.
大げさじゃないわよ。きょうちゃんは天才よ。
No, I'm not exaggerating at all. Oh, you're a genius, Kyo-chan. Oh, come on. Complimenting me won't get you anywhere. I can hardly play any songs besides.
そんなことなんか気にしなくていいの。きょうちゃんはきょうちゃんらしく弾いてくれれば。
I don't care about that one bit. You should just play your guitar your way, Kyo-chan. Really? But, keep in mind if you've got any requests that if it's too hard, I might not be able to play it. She's going to record him. He should play a good song. What would be the point of recording him practicing basic chords? In that case, he should pick out a good song and start practicing it right away. But just as Kyoji's about to mentally pump his fist, Yomiko shakes her head.
曲じゃなくていいの。
What does she want? I'm so confused. No, it's fine even if it's not a song. Huh?
っていうか、むしろ曲じゃない方がいいの。
Actually, it'd be better if you don't play a song. Huh?
ほらほら、これ見て。今月号のアブレイズ。
Hey, look at this. It's this month's issue of A Braze.
ここの読者投稿に、ある種の不協和音が UFO を呼び出すきっかけになるんじゃないかって記事があるでしょ。
See here in the readers column, they say certain dissonant tones are useful for calling UFOs over. Indeed, there's an article that explains how certain dissonant sounds are somehow related to the energy emitted by spaceships or some such. Ah! Hi, readers! Hello, Nasumatani! Hello, welcome! Nice to meet you! I know! How are you doing? Did you have a nice stream? Welcome! What a suspicious looking emote. That's a Patrick Aubergine. Hi! Hello, welcome. Hello, I'm Shadow. Nice to meet you. Today we're reading a visual novel called Gore Screaming Show. I'm doing a little voice acting. It's a lot of fun. You guys kind of arrived at a strange time, but we're waiting to meet the main character. His name is Gore Screaming Show. I'm not joking. His name is first name Gore, middle name Screaming, last name Show, and we're gonna meet him. Hi. What did you get up to? What did you get up to today? Holy shit! 996 gift subs, crazy. Lot into that. Thank you. And Tactical Cool, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Moji, thank you for 6 months, thank you. Koryu, thank you for 5 months, thank you. Yeah, the name's Show, or Screaming Show. That's him.
それでね、授業でこれの検証することになったわけ。そこでぜひともきょうちゃんの協力を。
Oh yeah, and if you feel like checking it out or any other game by Jazz, then have a code as well, so you can get a code discount. Yeah. And we're going to verify this for the next volume. So I was hoping you could lend us your help, and absolutely not. And with that, Kyoji angrily stomps back into his room. Do you think? Guys, do you think? We're gorbing. Is it gorbing time? Despite it not being late into autumn, it's quite a chilly night.
たく、あのセクハラ部長。
To hell with the chief and his sexual harassment. Clutching her own arms in an attempt to shield herself from the wind, she walks down the highway adjacent to the park. Her department chief's greasy face fills her mind. Lemon spotted. Most people would agree that Yaeko is a quiet woman. Both her appearance and her personality are decidedly plain. Whenever she shops for clothes, she's so obsessed with coordinating the colors, she always ends up picking the same dark shades. Unlike her co-worker Hiromi, she isn't the type to go out drinking with their male colleagues. Even when she plucks up the courage to go to a mixer, she only ends up sitting in the corner, hanging her head. She never joined any conversations, leaving her with nothing to do but clean up afterward. She always helped with the cleaning because she hoped that someone would see her as bright and earnest. And yeah, this isn't what she wanted to happen.
あんなことばっかりしていたから、都合のいい女って思われちゃったんだわ。
Going all the time made everyone think I'm an exploitable woman instead. At some point, Yaeko's position within the department changed. Now everyone sees her as a woman who would do anything. A woman they could dump any task on. Serve some tea. Make some copies. Pick up overtime to clean up someone else's mess. By forcing those tasks on Yaeko, all her co-workers were able to leave work on time and head out for a night on the town.
今日は休養があるの。この書類作るの頼まれてくれない？今度代わりにやるからさ。
I've got business to attend to today. Could you handle these documents for me? I'll fill in for you next time. That's what Hiromi told her today, her lips shining with gloss. Hinami probably assumed Yaiko couldn't see how she was sneering at her deep down.
ヒロミなんか大嫌いだわ。今日だってあの女、営業の佐々木くんとデートのくせに。
I hate Hinami. It's so urgent business, that is. She just went out on a date with Sasaki-kun from sales today.
Sasaki-kun is kind of handsome, mild-mannered, and quite successful. Yaiko is a bit attracted to him, but before she realized it, he was already going out with Hiromi. And while Hiromi is out dating Sasaki, she had to put up with this. Yaiko bites her lip. The documents Hiromi made her handle took longer than she expected. She made a lot of little mistakes. And as she made her corrections, time flew by. Before she knew it, the only ones left in the office were her and the section chief. Just after 10 in the evening, he tapped her on the shoulder.
君、こういうの興味あるだろう?
You want this, don't you?
She turned around, only to find the department chief. Oh my god, he's a male VTuber. The side of I don't want to read this. Burned itself into her eyes. She screamed! And then she tried to scream, but she was so confused she wasn't sure if her voice actually came out.
何かまととぶってんの? このくらい見たことあるでしょう.
I'm blushing. I don't want to read this. This is rude.
What are you playing dumb for? You
Haven't you?
ほらほら、これ、もっと見て。
The fuck came on me. Only as Yaiko didn't have the documents after she had already gotten ready to leave for home was a blessing in disguise. Yaiko was able to grab her things on the spot and flee the scene immediately. Just remembering it makes her hands holding the tote bag shiver in anger. Looking back at it, that man had always been making lots of comments that bordered on sexual harassment. He'd make jokes that bordered on indecent. Felt like he was always craftily testing the waters, gauging to see how far he could go. She's so frustrated. Even a terrible man like him is looking down on her. She bites her lips so hard it hurts. The tears start running before she can help it. Aww. Okay. It's gorbing time, my dudes. You know what time it is? Constantly mouthing curses at the chief and Hinami in her heart, Yaiko sprints down the dark road. With those kinds of thoughts in her mind, It only makes sense for her to be angry, of course. But there's another reason she's running. Yayako is terribly afraid. She can't stop shaking. If she hadn't lost herself to anger earlier, she'd be so afraid she'd be screaming right now. Yayako is gripped by a terrible, inexplicable fear that feels as though it's gouging deep into her flesh. She's so desperate to look away from it that she's willing to let her mind linger on infuriating thoughts of the chief and Hiromi. It's dark around her, yes. That's no different to any other night. She can't hear anything but her own footsteps. Not a sound. That's the most unnerving thing of all. Normally, even in the park at night, there would still be some kind of noise. Sirens in the distance, perhaps, or dogs barking. The tumult of a shopping district, the faint rustling of the leaves. But tonight, she can't hear anything. It's like the space around her and her alone has been muffled with whites of silk. The wind isn't so much as stirring. The air itself is so silent that it's almost tender. It's like she's in some sort of unknown place, sealed away from the rest of the world. Damn that pervert chief. Damn him! Yayako quickens her pace, trying to flee from the strange presence surrounding her. She just goes a little further down the road. The lights of the residential area should come into view. She can feel that her armpits are damp and that her forehead is dripping with cold sweat. She doesn't know, however, that her eyes are bloodshot. Hurry. Hurry. Just a little longer. Young lady, how are you? How do you do? Hi. I know she didn't say that. I know she would, but it was like, hi. 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 She got crunched. Wow. Next morning, as Kyoji rubs his groggy eyes, he nearly drops the slice of toast he had just picked up when he sees Yamiko walk through the door. Oh, mommy. Her top half is still acceptable. Her hair is unkempt and messy, and her expression is still sleepy, but he can forgive that much. The problem is her lower half. It is borderline criminal. Wait, your parents, why are you walking around like that? And Kyoji's shouting Yamiko and his sleepily cocks her head. Go get changed already now. Brush your hair and wash your face too. Just go and sort yourself out. He's about to kick her out of the room when the doorbell suddenly rings. He hasn't even had a chance to eat his toast yet. She is dangerous. This is a dangerous woman. Damn it, who's here this early in the morning? Coming! Can I help you? He raises his voice almost in desperation before opening the front door. Oh! So I just need the sign, and that's why. Huh? Akane, who had been mumbling to herself, tilts a full 10 centimeters into the air when she hears Kyoji's voice. I need your signatures, guardian. What the hell is she saying this early in the morning? Kyoji peers at Akane's face. Did you bump your head on the way here or something?
うの。何言ってんのよ。プリント。そうよ、プリント持ってきたのよ。
No, of course not. What are you saying? It's just, the handouts, right? I got you the handouts.
仕方ないでしょ。昨日の朝のホームルームで副担に渡されて、それで保護者のハンコがいるって言うから。
I mean, I had to. The deputy teacher gave them to me yesterday during homeroom, so, they said I need your guardian signatures, so Akune's voice gradually tapers off. So you came all the way here just for that? She's very cute.
そうよ。昨日の帰りに私とこねたから責任取らなきゃいけないでしょ。
Yeah. I forgot to give it to you yesterday on the way back home, so I figured I had to take responsibility for that. And then, sure, but why are you so upset about it? Akane turns even redder in the face.
誰も怒ってなんかいないわよ。
Nobody's upset here. Pretty sure everyone I see here is upset.
私よ、私。
Well, I'm not upset. No, I'm pretty sure you look really upset to me.
私のどこが怒ってるって。
Just how am I upset?
お笑いコンビ？
What is this? A comedy routine? Yes. Someone mumbles a quip behind Kyoji's back. He's trolling her. We do a little trolling. Yamiko, who has washed her face and changed as Kyoji demanded, steps outside while wiping her face with a towel. Akane's face immediately lights up. Cute. But wait, you idiot! Kyoji raises his eyebrows in surprise.
バカって何よ。
What are you calling me names for? Didn't I tell you already? Yamiko-san hates it when people call her by her real name. His hurried explanation is too late.
あかねちゃん。
With that menacing voice of hers, Yamiko pushes her face towards Akane. Kyoji can only groan in exasperation.
何？姫子ね。
What is it, Himiko-ne-chan?
違う。
No! Yamiko cuts Akane off and roughly grabs her by the shoulders. The gaze in her eyes is scary as her voice's strength intensifies.
いい？よーく覚えておいてね。実はね、私その名前大嫌いなの。
Now listen to me. Listen very carefully. I truly, really hated that name.
天よりも高く地の底より深く、空に瞬く星の彼方よりも遥か遠くに吹っ飛びたくなるくらい嫌いなの。
Mommy Chunibyo. I hate it more than the sky is tall and the bottom of the sea is deep. I hate it with enough venom to blow away the stars from the other side of the universe.
姫子お姉ちゃん、さっぱり意味がわからない。
You're not making any sense, Himiko-ne-chan.
いいからお聞きなさい。とにかく今後平和に朗らかに清らかに生きていきたかったら、私のことは以後やみこお姉ちゃんって呼んでね。
Now listen to me, you. If you want to live a peaceful, bright, and ordinary life, you will refer to me as Yamiko-ne-chan from now on. Understood?
姫子お姉ちゃん、何よその脅し。
Why are you threatening me, Himiko-ne-chan? Wow, she doesn't give a fuck. Yamiko's eyes glint menacingly. No shit's given. That's kind of Sigma. She wants to be corrected. That's what she wants. She's begging for it. She's begging to be thrown against the wall. She's begging to be cabined. Look at that face. She's pretending she's not trying her hardest. She's asking for it. Realizing her blunder, Akane quickly climbs up.
あかねちゃんは平和に生 きていきたいわよね。
You want to live a peaceful life, right, Akane-chan? Akane desperately nods.
朗らかに日々笑いながら楽しく生きていきたいわよね。
A good, fun life where you smile every day, right? Nod, nod, nod.
じゃあ私の後に続いて練習ね。はい。やみこお姉ちゃん。
Then let's practice. Repeat, please. Alright. Yamiko, one-chan.
リピートアフターミー。やみこお姉ちゃん。そうそう、それそれ、よくできました。
Yes, you got it. Good for you. Yamiko's usual warm and smug smile finally returns.
それよりあかねちゃん、久しぶり。綺麗になっちゃってやみこお姉さん見違えちゃったわ。
But forget all that, Akane-chan. Oh, I haven't seen you in forever. You've become so pretty, I can hardly recognize you.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Akane replied with a very overwhelmed expression.
もしかしてきょうちゃんのお迎えに来てくれたのかしら。
Oh, did you come here to pick Yo-chan up? Akane goes red again before shaking her head in denial.
違うわよ。保護者の印鑑をもらわなきゃいけないプリントを渡したくなっちゃってて、それで
No, I just got some handouts that require his guardian's signature and I forgot to give them to him the other day, so I...
あら、そうだったの。てっきり起こしに来てくれたんだと思っちゃった。
Oh, is that right? I was sure you came over to wake him up.
きょうちゃんってちっちゃい頃はあかねちゃんによく起こされてたから。
Because when Kyo-chan was little, you'd always come over to wake him up. Akane looks oddly happy as she nods.
そうそう、そうだったよね。布団剥がしても起きなくて、お母さんまだ眠いなんて。
Yeah, that's how things were. He keeps sleeping even when I tore the blanket off him and he goes to sleep in, Mom.
そうだったそうだった。その上、起こしに来たあかねちゃんのことをお母さんだと思っちゃって。
Yes, he did. And there was one time where he thought you actually were his mom.
あったあったあった。お母さんって急に言われて、もうびっくりしちゃって。
Yeah, I remember that. I didn't know what to do myself when he started calling me that. The two of them laughed together while Kyoji simply drops his shoulders. You missed a brief spook. We saw Mr. Screaming Show very briefly. God, why do women always have to hit it off over stuff like this? Could you send this? Yamiko-san, I'll go get ready for school. Yamiko waves her hand as if to say she heard him, but Kyoshi doubts that she's actually listening. Fucking women. She's completely caught up in making fun of Kyoshi without Akane. Jeez. Kyoshi shrugs and heads back to his room. I mean, they're just handouts. Nothing would happen if they come in a day or two late. Only the Sandman would care, right?
私の責任ってものがあるでしょ。プリントを渡してなくて叱られるのは私なんだからね。
I took responsibility for these, so I have to do it. And if you don't get those handouts in on time, I'll be the one getting scolded for it. Yeah, I got it, so pipe down. You can see groups of students in their uniforms heading down the road to school in groups of 2s and 3s. Feels like there's more people around than usual, but maybe he's imagining it. Besides, what's so fun about digging out old stories about me? Because you two look like you were having a blast. I mean, put yourself in my shoes for once. Guys don't like having stuff when they were kids brought up.
あら、どうしてよ。
Oh, why not? It's because I always did dumb stuff when I was a kid, obviously. And besides, they're not all good memories. Oh,
何よ。
what? Nothing. Sauce? Akane eyes him suspiciously, but he looks away. Did he go on a date with Mr. Screaming Show? Did he get groomed? How does Akane feel about what happened back then? She seems to act normally about Kyoji, like around Kyoji, like nothing happened, but what happened? After a moment's silence, Akane says in a somewhat pouty manner,
嫌ならもう用があっても行かないわよ。プリント出し飛びれてまたスイマーに睨まれればいいんだわ。
If it bothers you that much, I won't come over anymore, even if I have to. And if I forget to give you the handouts, let the Sandman glare at you for all I care. Thanks to all the years he's known her, Kyoji knows that Akane only pouts like this when she's serious. Not your route! Back off! He recalls that whenever she gets like this, saying something to cheer her up is a good way to avoid arguments later down the line. Akane has a pretty straightforward personality, but she becomes pretty scary when she's sincerely angry at someone. How do I handle this? Kyoji ponders for a moment before answering. Oh, this is the place, you're right. Wait, later on? Fuck you. Well, poor mood. It's not like I mind you coming over. For now, he just says that. He feels a bit bashful, but putting up with this now will make things easier to handle down the line. That's all there is to it, really. Telling himself this, Kyoji glares at Akane. Then in exchange, no more gossiping about things I did as a kid. Effective immediately. You shouldn't have fun at my expense. Despite her pouty response, Akane looks slightly happy. They talk about this and that before arriving at school. Akane merrily opens the door to class. Ohayo! Good morning! Morning. But only after he says this does Kyoji realize something. He can't walk into class today without overthinking it because he's coming in with Akane. Ohayo! Good morning.
Oh, ohayo.
Yeah, morning. People call out to him from around the class. Although he brusquely responds to their greetings, he marvels at how much this lists his spirits.
Yo, Kyoji. Oh, hayo.
Yeah, coming to school together means that you did sack 700 times today. Good. Hey, Kyoji, good morning. That's how it works, right? Those are the rules. Percy. I'm sorry, I'm leaving him on the screen. Sinta approaches him and immediately elbows him. Ow, what did you do that for?
なになに、なんで和ヤギとご一緒なわけ？
Hey, what did you come to school? Why did you come to school with Kazuyagi? Just as Sinta asks him this. Oh no! Kika comes in his field of vision! No! No! Fuck! Danger. It's over. Uh-oh. We did it bad! We did it bad! Kyoshi suddenly feels oddly worried by that idea. He doesn't like that idea. For some reason, he can't place it, just doesn't. You know, no reason in particular. She brought over a handout that needed a signature from my guardian. That's all, right, Akane? He makes sure to raise his voice as he asks that.
そうだけど
Yeah, what about it? Sento frowns a bit disappointed.
まあいいけど。あ、そうだそうだ。
Really? Ah, well, not so late.
さっきスイマーが顔を出してさ、
Yeah, but we
今日は
actually
ホームルームはな
supposed
し
to
で
tell her to
1
go
時間目
fuck
の数学の
herself.
職員会議で自習だって
That's
さ。
so mean. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Even if you're not trying to date her, who goes, oh yeah, fuck you, don't come to my house anymore, bitch. Who says that? It's okay, we're going for Yuka anyway. I'm pretty sure. I ran into the soundman earlier. He said we have no homeroom today. Also, we were supposed to have nap today during first period, but there's a staff meeting, so we'll have to self-study instead. Did something happen?
さあ、よくわからないんだけど、隣のクラスの
I'm
斎
not
藤
an
のことにも
incel,
関
I'm a
係あるのかも
champ.
ね。
I don't know, maybe it's got something to do with Saito from the class next door. What's a kid from another class have to do with this?
ねえ、私も知らない。何があったの？
Hi, I don't know either. Did something happen? Akane leans forward to listen. Ali is standing right behind her.
B 組の斎藤んちの姉ちゃんが昨日行方不明になったらしいんだよな。
Oh, wait. Wow, you know Saito from Class B? They say her big sister went missing. Uh-oh. Yeah, my third woman is in romancing distance. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, her sister got gorbed. Saito's sister got gorbed. Plot. Missing?
これで3人目。
Yeah, she's the third person to go missing at this point. Shinta holds up 3 fingers as he says this. Thank you, Shinta. But if not numbers, if not... Yeah, that's who we had for dinner. I mean, Gorb's gotta eat. Gorb's gotta eat. But you gonna get hungry. Someone make him a burger. And you told me about the other two the other day when you were talking about the girls going missing.
そうそう、そういやあの話も途中だったよな。
Yeah, that's it. Speaking of, I never finished that story, right?
その前2人って小学生と高校生？あの2人見つかってなかったわよね。
I think the first two were a primary schooler and a high schooler, right? They haven't found them yet? Akane asks, knitting her brows.
それで集団登下校とかやった方がいいんじゃないかって多分そんな話し合いしてるんじゃないかな。
His taste is maturing, that's true. He's trying out all the different women. He tried out a primary schooler, tried out a high schooler, now he's going for a office lady. He's figuring out his taste. Good for you, Mr. Gorb. He's trying out different types of snacks. Nope. They're probably discussing if they need to have us coming and leaving from school in groups or something. Staying in groups? Come on, we're not primary schoolers. Didn't you say there's a chance they all just ran away from home?
そこまでしなくても良さそうだよね。
Yeah, I don't think they have to go that far. Ali mumbles in agreement with Kyoji.
でもさ、不思議な人物を見かけたって話もあるよ。
But there were rumors about people seeing suspicious figures. What kind of suspicious figures?
さあ、この辺りじゃ見かけない人相の悪い男が辺りをうろついているって話だけど、
I don't know. People just say they've seen some suspicious looking man walking around in the area.
うちの弟たちなんてそいつが人さらいだって決めつけてるよ。
My kid brothers are telling stories about how he's a kidnapper. Hildy pensively crosses his arms. Yeah, groups means more food at once. Give this man a buffet. I think he deserves it. But like, we don't know if that weird guy has anything to do with the disappearances, right?
それに2人目の失踪者はこの町の人じゃなかったでしょ。隣町から遊びに来ていた人じゃなかったかしら。
Right, and wasn't the second girl that went missing not from this town? I heard she came here from a neighboring town to hang out.
この町で何かあったって決まったわけじゃないわよね。
It's not like we know for sure that something's happening in this town in particular. Hika says this in a clear voice, her bag dangling from her right hand. She places it on her desk before returning to the conversation.
でもさ、一人目の子が謎の消え方してたからな。事件とも家出ともつかなくて、年寄りは神隠しなんて言ってたぐらいだもんな。
But there's the mysterious way the first girl went missing. Doesn't look like a crime or like she ran away from home. Some old people are seeing evil spirits, naturally. If you ask me, it sounds like they just got lost or ran away from home. Is Kyoshi fucking stupid? Is he stupid? Is he absolutely stupid? Is he stupid? Is he? Yeah, 3 people just went missing in a small span of time. 3 women and girls. I'm sure that elementary schooler just got lost and hasn't been found.
いや、でもさ、小学生の女の子がああいう消え方してるから
Oh
な。
god, he's got me nodding in agreement with Shinta. No, anything but that. But I mean, it's a grade schooler and they all went missing weird like that. Oh yeah, you never finished your story yesterday, so how did it end?
そっか、まだ話してなかったし。
He's too sad to conceive that kidnappers exist. He's like, I would never do that. I would never kidnap you if it was me. If it was me, I would not treat you like that. If it was me, I would never treat you that way, so surely nobody would. Don't worry, baby girl, I would never. Yeah, I never did finish it, so, Shinta is about to resume when suddenly a familiar, shrill voice cuts him off. Oh god.
人さらい怖いにゅ。狙われたらどうするにゅ。
The kidnapper is so scary, Mew! What if they come after us, Mew?
マリナちゃん、可愛いから狙われたら大変。その点私は安心ね。
I don't know, she's kinda cute. They made her look a lot more unappealing in her last sprite. There's nothing wrong with any. Wait! What? Wait, they all look different! They made them cute! Yeah? She lost weight, her face! Yeah, they glowed up. What? They look like normal people now. Now she's just a little thick and she don't look like a grandma. Am I missing something? They got fixed. Some man just kicking it. Damn, okay. Okay. Yeah, and her hair things. What the fuck? You're cute, Marina-chan, so they're definitely going after you. At least I'm safe that way. Huh?
マイちゃんだってグラマーだから狙われちゃうかもしれないみょ。
You never know. Maybe they'll go after you because of how buxom you are, Mew.
そうよ。舞ちゃんは巨乳だもの。その点私はガリガリだから大丈夫ね。
That's right, my jam. You have big boobs. But not me. I'm all skin and bones, so I'll be fine.
Wait, what? No, go back. Go back, go back, go back. Go back. Go back. Let me go back. Go back. Guilty rubs his eyes a few times. Then he just say, what kind of world is he in? Did his eyes go or his head go crazy? Feels like there's a strange filter over what he's seeing. Or maybe the vision he saw now is the real world and what he's seeing right now is the fake. No, that can't be.
そんなことないミュウ。マミちゃんはスリムでスタイルがいいから危ないミュウ。
That's not true, Mew. Mommy-chan, you're slim and have a nice figure, so you're definitely in danger too, Mew.
そうよそうよ。油断しちゃダメよ。でもほら、私たちが危なくなったら。
She's right. Don't let your guard down, but you know if we're in danger.
と
He'll definitely come to help.
サダシマ様が助けてくれるミュウ。
Sadashimo-sama, save us, Mew.
サダシマ様が助けてくれるわ。
Sadashimo-sama will save us.
定島様が助けてくれるわ。
Sadashima-sama will save us.
You can't deny what he just saw, and that was technically possible. No, it was just too absurd to be real. He thinks. Kyoji fearfully looks around. Everyone else is acting like nothing's out of the ordinary. Kyoji has schizophrenia, okay. Couldn't be real, right? He speaks his question out loud, hoping for a response. Akane gives him a casual reply.
まあほら、あの子たち流に言うなら個性ってことで。
I would agree the previous version is more realistic. I mean, I think he's just imagining them as ugly because he doesn't like them. It's kind of fucked up, Kyoji. Like, he's writing them off because he knows he doesn't have a chance with them. So he's like, they're NPCs, that means they must be hideous. I can't date them, so I don't care what they look like. Yeah? They don't have roots, so doesn't matter to me. We'll save budget and make them ugly. He's on the Schizo Sigma grinds. Base woman hater. Well, I guess that's just their idea of individuality.
個性っていうより寒いだけだよ。
It's not individuality, it's just gross. Ah, no one else thinks this is strange. Something's wrong with his eyes for sure. Or maybe he's just going crazy. Kyoji then hears the sound of the door opening. A young teacher, seemingly the deputy teacher, peeks inside.
こらあんたたち、自習って言われたでしょ。ちゃんと課題をやんなさい。
Yo there, weren't you told this is self-study time? Do your assignments. There's some odd filter cast over them, for sure. It's all a dream and he'll definitely wake up in a minute. Yes, so he should just forget about it. Kyoji cracks a dry smile. Left without a choice, all three of them return to their seats and start working on the handouts the deputy teacher gave them. But still, Kyoji can't quite shake off his anxiety. Wait, was it the first or second girl that disappeared so strangely? Feels like every time he tries to talk about this with Shinta, someone gets in the way before he can hear all the details. Kyoji should probably ask him about it after class. With that said, he can't help but feel worried about asking more directly about this matter. He's never met this person from Class B, but asking about how their family member went missing might seem disrespectful. After quickly finishing his handout, Kyoji gets his chair over to Shinta's.
ね、教授、もしかしてもう終わったの？
Kyoji, you're done already? Shinta looks up at him. I'm pretty good at math.
そういえば、算数も得意だったっけ？
Alright, you were good at math back then too. And you were bad at it, right? Oh, I remember now. You could never remember the multiplication table past 7 and...
教室のど真ん中で泣き出したってんだろ。頼むから忘れてくれよ。
Started crying in the middle of class, right? Please just let me forget about that. Oh, okay, Kyoji. So when you're being embarrassed by embarrassing stories of when you were young, that's just not okay. That's not acceptable. But doing it in a public place to someone else, that's fine. Okay, Kyoji, okay. Want me to tutor you, man?
え、マジ？
You would? Shinta's eyes sparkle, but Kyoji sticks an index finger in his direction. As long as you buy me a burger for every question I solve for you.
なんだよ、おごらせるつもりかよ。小遣いピンチなんだから、いいよもう自分で考えるよ。
What? You want me to buy you stuff? Well, sorry, I'm short on my allowance, so fine, I'll solve it myself. Kyoji smiles before moving away from Shinta. Doesn't look like Shinta's in the mood to talk about the disappearances right now. I'm bored. Is there anyone I can talk to? Choice. Life. Mizuna doesn't look like she has any trouble. We have to go tell her. It's not how it looks, babe. It's not how it looks. Kika's in her seat at the back of the class with a book open on her desk. It looks like she's already done with the handout. Kyoji approaches her. Hey, you finished with the assignment? Yes. How about you? Yeah. As he replies, he peers at the book Kika is reading. Its cover is different from the book she read yesterday. What happened to yesterday's book? You done reading it already? Yeah. I borrowed this one from the library. Unlike yesterday's, this one is much thicker, and the words on the page are much smaller. On top of that, he can tell from a cursory glance that it's full of archaic words with old readings of the characters. The vocabulary is completely beyond him. Is it interesting? I don't know yet. I just started reading it. Kika then implicitly narrows her eyes. Do you want me to recommend it to you if I do like it? No, I think I'll pass. When Kyoji says this while scratching his head, Kika giggles. Classes are back to normal after second period, which is PE. Oh, gym uniform. The boys' PE teacher is at the meeting, so they have to do self-study again. Having more self-study is nice, but while Kyoji's good at math, academic PE theory isn't very interesting. The girls are in the middle doing short-distance sprints. The sound of their cheerful voices streams into the classroom through the window. Who's running right now? Kyoji looks out at the sports ground, focusing his vision on a figure that stands out to him. What he sees impresses him a bit. Life. Her running form is so graceful. Kyoji is looking at Kika. The moment a whistle blows, she breaks into a sprint. Finally, not audio only. Is this the girl Mr. CEO said we'd like? No, that one isn't there yet. We haven't met her yet. We saw her very briefly at the beginning of the game, but we haven't seen her yet. She's the lolly of the game. Her stretched out legs gracefully kick against the ground as she settles in a run. This one is just the girl I like most out of the first 4 options. Each and every one of her movements are graceful and pretty. Her mannerisms and demeanor are beautiful by nature. She always has the perfect form, keeping her stance neatly aligned. But she never feels stiff and formal. It's like it all comes naturally to her. Her gestures and behavior are probably just what Kika's like.
みそのさん見てんの？
Looking at Misuno-san. Yes, her boobs jiggled boobily as she ran. A voice suddenly interrupts his thoughts. Where did you come from?
照れない照れない。みそのさん美人だもんな。
She runs so good. Don't be shy, man. Misuno-san's really pretty. Senta smirks as he gently elbows Kyoji.
やっぱ前の学校でも人気あった？
Was she popular at your old school too? Back off is my bitch. Yeah, at my old school too? She's popular here too?
まあね。でもさ、高嶺の花って感じ。
Yeah, but everyone thinks they're out of her league, you know? That's the best type of girl that everyone thinks is out of their league, but really she's like quiet and reserved and just likes to keep to herself and read. Oh, powerful, powerful. Huh. Figures. It's the same as his old school.
どっちかっていうと、ちょっと柄の悪い連中なんかが声かけてるな。遠慮のないバカっていうか、身の程知らずっていうかさ。
Not me. I was like the quiet loner. Nobody really talked to me. The only people putting the moves on her are some of the nastier guys. Morons who don't know their place, you know? When it comes to girls, I don't have too much of a specific type outside of cute lollies. I do like blondes physically, and of course light hair. And I like on some types as well. But when it comes to guys, I don't really have a specific type aside from like the obvious, I guess, taller than me. But with I mean physically, like serial killer is good. Serial killer is good, but that's not like one specific type. Doesn't really have to be tall, just taller than me. That's literally it. It's not a very high standard. Yeah, I like blondes. I feel like I have more of a specific type with girls than guys. I don't really have a specific type. Which is weird. I'm sorry, 3-foot goblins. I could maybe make an exception. Away. Have you ever seen one shorter? Don't think so. You mean like them? Georgie signals with his eyes towards one of them and asks, Senta not. Oh, I know for a fact I'm not into like the type of guys a lot of girls into anime go for. I don't care about like femboy stuff and things like that. I'm not into that. No, that's like I don't know how to say stuff without offending people. I'm always afraid because I know most of my audience is male. I'm not into femboys at all. To me, I'm a little traditional. And I like my guys to be kind of like guys. And my girls to be like girls. Yeah. No K-pop guys. That's not what I'm into. I'm not into the K-pop type boys. That's not what I'm into. Masculine is good. Doesn't have to be like super muscular or anything, but just like looks like a man. Looks like a man. Yeah. Male. Man, in brackets, male. I don't know, I'm not into the chat type either. I don't know how to explain. I mean, chats are fine, but that's not what I think of. I don't think a type of guy like that would go for me anyway. I don't think I would have much in common with like a gym bro. See, my mama dates a lot of like guys like that. She's dated a lot of guys like that who are like, you know, they go to the gym and they work out and they shave their legs and they all have the same haircut. And some of them take steroids and they're all super muscular and over 6 foot. And yeah, those are a lot of the type of guys my mama dates. And I don't know, a lot of them are assholes and like very superficial. Like a lot of them are like, they don't want an actual relationship, they just want to do such things, and my mama never sticks with them because of that. Though she is talking to a guy right now who's really nice. And it's like different to any of the guys she spoke to, and I hope that she likes him and keeps talking to him because he sounds like he's really good for her and he makes her happy, and that's nice. Yeah, there tends to be a lot of younger guys that try and date my mama as well. The guys in their 20s. She doesn't even go for them, they just flock to her. But she's not like a cougar type, she just looks young. And people tend to think she's younger than she is, I guess. I don't think he's just trying to get into her because, he's going through a divorce right now, so. But his previous wife like cheated on him and stuff, so sounds like he's good for her. Yeah, I think she's finally like figuring out her worth, which is nice. I really hope so. Because I don't want her to be lonely and I want her to have someone that, I don't know, is good for her and doesn't hurt her. Because a lot of the guys she's been with have like been mean. And like the types to like one of the first critters, dads, like, is a crazy guy who, she talks to him sometimes and then he'll go on these, like, angry outbursts and send her all these texts slandering her and calling her a whore and a bitch and saying that he wishes she was dead and she'll cry over it and, like, he's a horrible person, but very mentally ill. It's like, don't talk to her like that. But she's been with a lot of guys that don't treat her very nice. And yeah, he does it deliberately to upset her. I don't know how much of a fucking asshole you have to be to do that, but my mom had a long series of sus boyfriends and finally settled down with someone who is quote-unquote boring, but she's really happy. That's wonderful! I'm really hoping, because I know my mom is happier when she is, like, she does have someone to talk to. But, for some reason, a lot of the guys she tends to settle for tend to be way below her. And my mom is a very beautiful lady, and, she's very kind and nice to talk to. She's just a lovely, very kind person. A lot of people, I'm not saying I am, but a lot of people say I'm very, like, I don't know, I guess sympathetic, and I have a lot of empathy for people and animals and stuff, and all of that comes from my mama. That's exactly what she's like. She's one of the kindest people in the world, and she deserves way more than being like slandered. Like the reason she talks to the forest critter's dad even when he talks to her like that is because she wants to help him, because she knows he's going through a shitty time, and I keep telling her to not talk to him. But yeah, she's been really happy the last few days, so yeah, I'm hoping that. No, she cannot save him. He is not worth fixing, but she's put too much energy into that. Like, she doesn't want to date him. She's just been trying to be his friend and be nice to him, and he takes advantage of that. But I hope. Yeah. I hope she hits it off with this guy. She's meeting him at the weekend. And he's taking her out on a nice date to a restaurant and stuff, a fancy restaurant. I hope he's nice, I hope he's nice. But this is like the first date she's been on in a while. Yeah. Very base. Very base. There's your shuttle mom update. Kelsey signals with his eyes towards one of the empty desks. Cinta nods.
そうそう、あの辺の連中。貞島も和ヤギの前はみそのさんに声かけてたんだけど、最近はそういえばそういうところ見ないな。
Don't gossip for my mama. Don't do that. Don't be Ryan Gosling for my mama. Don't. Those faces. She comes on the stream once for an hour, and now you're Ryan Gosling for her. Yeah, like them. Oh wait. Yeah, like them. Sadashima too. Before he started gunning for Kazuyagi, he kept talking. Tomisano-san. Come to think of it, he stopped doing that recently. Maybe he just gave up on her.
かもね。
Could be. She's probably. There's definitely people in chat who are closer to her age than mine, and there's also I would say about half of you are probably within her dating range. So. But still, Cinta replies.
でもさ、教授、マジ気をつけなよ。
She's
貞島の
41.
やつ、また絡んでくると思うから。
But seriously, Kyoji, you should watch out. Sadashima's definitely gonna try and mess with you.
貞島って和ヤギにちょっかい出して
Yeah,
るから
talking
さ。
of
多
age and
分
not
教
under
授の
18
ことを
here.
邪魔者だって思ってんだぜ。教授が和ヤギと仲がいいから。
Anyone under 18 here? Is there anyone? Age/2 plus 7? What? What do you mean by that? 2 plus 7? 9? 9? I can do math. I can do math. 9? What's that? You're not supposed to date below that number, wait. So you take away 9 from your age? I'm not going to jail! Oh wait, your age divided by 2 plus 7, wait. I can't have my age. Okay. Alright, that would be mildly sus, I think. That's my forestry's age. I know. Never mind. I wouldn't go to jail, it's okay. Sadashima keeps hitting on Kazuyagi, so I definitely think wait, you're in his way because of how you and her get along so well. Break off 2005ers, don't talk to me. Wait, so for my mama, divided by 2, 40, 20, 21. Call it 21. Plus 7, 28. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Alright. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. She's dated younger than that, though. Ah. Oh, trust me, I know it well enough already. Sadashima said to himself after all. Kyoji cocks his head, surprised. Speaking of, I haven't seen any of Sadashima's lackey since then. According to his parents, Sadashima is currently recovering at home, but that doesn't explain why his friends aren't at school. None of them were so much as scratched in the ball. Sentai scoffs.
あいつらサボりの常連だもん。貞島も休みだし、どうせ今日もサボってんだろ。
Those guys always play hooky. They probably did school because Sadashima's not coming. Hope they never show up to school again.
教授、お前言い過ぎ。スイマーが聞いたらまたなんか言われるぜ。
Kyoji, that's going too far. If the Sandman hears you say stuff like that, he'll give you another scolding.
ま、俺も正直言ってそう思うけど。
But honestly, I feel the same way. Is anyone's age lower than 20 divided by 2 plus 8? Kyoji and syntax and smiles. And then that day passed by with an air of unease hanging over the school. The classroom was constantly restless, full of endless whispers. The teachers only ever gave them half-hearted scoldings before climbing back up again.
先生たちも薄気味悪いのかもね。
I guess the teachers are creeped out by this too. When Kika whispers that out loud, Kyoji nods in agreement. Unexplained disappearances happening back to back in such a small town, and rumors of a suspicious person lurking around. Anyone would be terrified. No, my age isn't Cloud. My age is 3. Duh. During homeroom at the end of the day, the Sandman warned them in his usual sleepy voice. He told them to travel in groups with other students going in the same direction, to avoid taking any detours, and to not walk around once the night falls. The incidents aren't yet serious enough for them to try and enforce their instructions, but parents might start complaining if the school doesn't do anything. For now, the teachers are just warning them to be careful. Maybe Kyoji is reading too much into things, but the Sandman's tone gives him the impression the teachers must have discussed it amongst themselves.
分かれ道
I
から
can
先
date
は
an
一人で帰って
8.5-year-old.
もいいのか
Okay.
な。
Well, if you remove the point in the middle, that's roughly you guys' age, right? Yeah? Yeah. So we can go back home alone after we part ways. You can hear Aoi whispering to Akane. The question honestly strikes him as pretty good. He considered dropping by the old astronomy club room, but given what he'd just been told, he imagines Kiko will simply head home with someone today. He couldn't help but feel it's a shame, but there isn't much he can do in this situation.
さて、部活
Okay, time for club practice. As soon as homeroom ends, Shinta reaches for his sports bag. Alright, what club are you in?
サッカー。
Okay.
おうよ、大会が近いから休んでなんかいられないもんな。帰りは顧問が車で送るって言ってるしさ。
Yep, we've got a tournament coming up, so we can't take any more time off. Our advisor said he'll give us a ride home in his car. That surprises Kyoji a bit. Although Shinto was already interested in soccer, Kyoji seems to remember him playing baseball as a kid. Yeah, I'm sorry.
だってさ、この学校野球部は丸刈りにしなきゃいけないから、それじゃモテないだろ。
What? Why? Well, at this school, members at the baseball club have to shave their heads. Women wouldn't be popular with the girls if I did that. So that's the reason.
なんだよ、悪い？
Why?
と、もう
Women
行かないと。
have to be bald.
じゃあな、教授。また明日。
The women look bald. He's dope. He's yeah. Everyone loves Walter White, right? What? That's not a good reason. Oh wait, I gotta get going. Bye, Kyoji. See you tomorrow. With that, Shinta hurries out of the classroom. Shinta trying to be popular, huh? When did he mature like that?
ああ見えてマキ君って結構モテるんだよ。
Believe it or not, Maki-kun is pretty popular. What? For being a fucking joke? I don't believe it, sorry. Akane chimes in, her bag in hand. Shinta, really?
うん。下級生の女の子からは優しいって言われてるし、上級生からは可愛いって。
Yeah, some of the underclassmen girls say he's kind, and the upperclassmen girls think he's cute. Wow, Shinta's got that going for him, huh? Shinta helped Kyoji with his pranks when they were little, so girls would avoid him like the plague. He's got his own damn harem. The immortal harem? Fucked up. I guess some things still change.
人のこと言えないでしょ。それよりさ、帰ろう。
Like you can talk, but forget that. Let's head home. No, stay away from me. Huh? Akane casually invites him to go home with her, surprises him so much he stops to stare at her. Her cheeks turn a bit red as she starts speaking very quickly.
ほら、帰
47.
り道同じ方向の人は一緒に帰れって先生が。
I mean, you know, the teacher said we should walk together if we're going the same way. It's true that Akane's house is in the same direction as his for at least some of the way. Now, let's go back. Kyoji scratches the tip of his nose. Akane's face flushes happily. He heads to the school gate with Akane. Some people are going home in large groups, but most people are in groups of 2 or 3, much like Kyoji. I got more bitches to romance. You're too easy. None of their faces look terribly concerned. If anything, they look excited. They all feel like the incidents aren't their problem. Kyoji feels the same way they do, of course. If anything, the fact he's walking home with Akane in public feels like a much bigger deal. But oddly enough, it doesn't feel bad at all. Just as he gives Akane a sidelong glance, Akane suddenly looks at him as well. Both of them avert their gaze at the same time, like they've just seen something they shouldn't. Ah, the sports ground sure is empty today.
そうだね。今日部活やってるのはサッカー部くらいかな。
Yeah, I think only the soccer team is practicing today. Looks like that. Oh, there's Shinta. Shinta notices the two of them and waves. Okay, I hope he gets hit by a ball and freaking dies. But yeah! A ball comes flying from behind, hitting him in the head and making him stagger forward. Let's go! He pulls himself together and starts chasing around the boy who kicked the ball at him. I willed it into existence. Yeah! He's dead! Yeah! Kyoji and Akane exchange looks and laugh wistfully. I see Shinta's as peppy as ever.
マキ君はずっとあんな感じだよ。前よりも女の子に優しくなったけどね。
Maki-kun's always like that. He's a lot nicer to girls than he used to be, though. He is? Really? They continue walking towards the school date. Kyoji realizes that talking about other people is helping him calm down. They continue making jokes at Shinta's expense. So basically, Shinta told me that.
あら、みんな今から帰り？
Ah, Are you all heading home? Someone calls out to them from behind. Kika.
み
Hurry!
みそのさんも一緒に帰る？
Misono-san, you wanna walk home with us too? Akane invites her with a grin. That's a good idea. Talking about other people helps put him at ease around Akane, but having more people around will make things even easier. Also, since he couldn't go to the astronomy club room today, he's honestly happy to run into Kika unexpectedly like this. Being around Kika seems to soothe him.
でもお邪魔じゃない？
Won't I be in the way though?
やだ、何言ってんのよみそのさん。邪魔だなんてそんなことあるわけないじゃん。ねえ教授。
No, what are you saying, Misono-san? We'd never think you get in the way, isn't that right, Kyoji? Ow! Akane taps him so hard on the back he almost falls over. Kika nods even as she covers her mouth with her hand and
じゃ
giggles.
あお言葉に甘えようかしら。柏木さんとは家も近いしね。
I suppose I'll take you up on that offer then. My house is right next to Kazuyagi-san's after all. The three of them head towards the school gate. All that's left is to head home. Or so he thought. But as soon as he steps out from the gate, someone grabs him by the arm. Oh boy, for tricycle. Tricycle with 4 wheels? Car? Car? We didn't reinvented the car. Yo-chan? Whoa! Yamiko-san, what are you doing here?
なんでこんなところになんて失礼ね。今日はヤミコさんの取材にお付き合いさせてくださいってきょうちゃん言ったでしょ？
What am I doing here? That's rude! Didn't I tell you I'll be having you help me gather materials for my article today? Wait, hold on just a minute. You basically forced me into that promise. You even made me ask you to let me help you.
やみこお姉ちゃん、これからお仕事？
Are you off to work after this, Yamiko-ne-chan? Akane chimes in from the side.
あかね
She
ちゃ
learned.
ん、いつも可愛いわね。
Akane-chan is cute as ever.
もうやだ。やみこお姉ちゃんってば口がうまいんだから。
Stop it. Yamiko-ne-chan, you're always so good with compliments.
あら、こちらさんは？
Oh, and who's this? Yamiko points at Kika.
こちら同じクラスのみそのキイカさん。
This is Misano Kika from our class. She was my classmate in my old school too. She transferred to this school just like me.
それってすっごい奇遇ね。
Oh god, she knows. Wow, if that isn't a huge coincidence. Yamiko grabs Kika's hand and shakes it vigorously.
はじめまして。きょうちゃんの保護者の埼玉ヤミコです。
Nice to meet you. I'm Saitama Yamiko, Kyoshi's guardian.
キイカちゃんっていうのね。上品そうで可愛い子。うちのきょうちゃんのことよろし。
So your name is Kika? Oh, you're such a classy, cute girl. I hope you and Kyo-chan get along well. Yamiko-san, cut it out! You're embarrassing me! Kyoji chimes in, unable to stop himself, but Yamiko only frowns at him in displeasure.
あら、別に恥ずかしくなんかないわよ。
Oh, but I haven't even said anything embarrassing.
そうよ、ジンノくん。別に恥ずかしいことなんてないわよ。
She's right, Jino-kun. She didn't say anything strange.
そうよね。
Right.
ね
Right. Kika chuckles as Akane chimes in to move the conversation along.
え。それより取材って？
But you said something about collecting materials.
うん、この町に遺跡があるのね。それの調査よ。
You know how there are old ruins in this town? Wait, I dropped the voice. You know how there are old ruins in this town? I want to look into them.
へえ、面白そうだね。
Wow, that sounds interesting. Seeing Akune's enthusiastic reaction, Kyoshi suddenly realizes something. Alright, Yamiko-san. I can't possibly help you today. We were told today to go home in groups whenever possible.
集団下校って行方不明事件の関係？
In groups? Is it because of the disappearances? Right. I have to walk them home, you see. Yamiko wags a finger at him.
きょうちゃん、それって勘違い。デートじゃないんだから、きょうちゃんだって気をつけないといけないの。
Go-chan, you've got the wrong idea here. This isn't a date or anything. You have to watch out for yourself too. I'll be fine, I'm a guy. Only women have been going missing, right?
まだわかんないわよ。ああいう犯罪者は普通の人の及びもつかないようなことを考えちゃうんだから。
We don't know that yet. Criminals like that think in ways normal people like us can't predict.
それこそ。
I don't know, if 3 women have gone missing, I think that's a target.
きょうちゃんみたいな子、頭からパックンバリバリって。
Who knows when the culprit will decide they're into boys now and then someone like you gets gobbled up. I don't think that's how it works. Stop that. Don't say stuff like gobble up. I can't take you seriously when you say stuff like that. He is still discovering his taste, that's true. I think Kyoji's brain works different. He's like, well, no, he's definitely only going to target girls. And then he's like, I'm sure they all just went to the city. Bro, make up your mind. Kyoji feels terribly tired all of a sudden.
でもそうね。そういうことなら、あかねちゃんとキイカちゃんも一緒に来る？
But you're right. How about this then? Akane-chan, Kika-chan, do you want to come with us?
本当に？一緒に行ってもいいの？
Oh, come with you? Can we?
でも、お邪魔じゃありませんか？
But won't we get in the way? Akane beams happily, but Kika asks that with a somewhat anxious look on her face.
あ、そっか。そうだよね。迷惑かもしれないよね。
What the fuck? Okay. Attack. Combo. Oh yeah, you're right. We're not gonna be a burden, are we? Akane's tone drops at once, but Yamiko shakes her head.
大丈夫。邪魔なんてことないわよ。
Don't worry, you're not a burden at all.
もちろん。取材が終わったら、私ときょうちゃんの2人でお家まで送ってあげるわ。
Of course. And once we're done gathering materials, Kyoji and I will walk you home together. Akane nods happily. Hiko also agrees with a serious expression.
そういうことでしたら、せっかくだし。
If you say so, why not? She calls it a magazine, but it's this third-rate occult magazine. Ow, ow, ow! Kyoji calls out in pain as she pulls hard on his ear. Grab.
カルト。
Huh? A cult? Hika suddenly mumbles that. Ah, yeah, Yamiko-san writes for an occult magazine. What about it?
なんでもないの。
Is he scared? That's cute. Oh, don't mind me. It's nothing. Hika shakes her head, but her face looks oddly pale. Huh?
じゃあ、そうと決まったら早速行きましょう。
Now that that's decided, let's get going. Yamiko walks off, leading the group. boated. With Yamiko and the lead, they go up the mountain trail behind the school. The area is surrounded by thick, heavy trees. Now that it's after school, it's much darker here than it was in the morning. The sun filters through the foliage, casting dots of light on the exposed earth. Akane has been sticking close to Yamiko ever since they came here. Yoji slowly totters after them while the two women tap at each other. Kika is staying about half a step behind Yoji. Sorry about all this, Misuma-san. You were basically dragged along with us. I could walk you back home now if you want.
私も雑誌の取材には興味があるし。
No, it's fine. I'm curious about how a journalist gathers data too. Kika smiles softly, as if telling him not to worry about her. She's really mature, huh? She feels completely different from other girls their age. She's not like the other girls. She's different. She's not like them. She's kind of reserved, in contrast to Akane's louder and more fussy nature, and lots more. Whoa! When Kika stumbles over something, Kyoji hurriedly extends a hand towards her.
ごめんなさい。ここ小石多いのね。
Sorry, there's a lot of pebbles around here. She looks oddly bashful about it. She's a smart lady. She's not like those stupid women. That's what London roads are like. Watch your feet, okay? Kika's are reserved, mature beauty, but she's got a bit of a ditzy streak. That's how we like them. She was like that at her old school too. Oh, no, crap. They can hear Akane's tearful voice coming off ahead
ね
of
え
them.
ねえ、ヤミコお姉ちゃん。今どんなことを調べてるの？
Hi, Yamiko-chan. What are you looking into right now?
今調べてるのはね、このクレヒト町に伝わる人食い鬼と光の見柱伝説よ。
Right now, I'm looking into legends here, and could I hit the man-eating demon and the pillar of light?
人食い鬼と光の見柱？私、生まれた時からこの町に住んでるけど、そんなの聞いたことないよ。
The man-eating demon and the pillar of light? I've been here all my life, but I've never heard of those.
古い話で知ってる人はほとんどいないしね。
Gorb. He's the woman-eating demon, though, until he changes his mind, I guess. They're all legends unknown to most people. Yumiko punctuates her words with an ominous chortle.
面白そう。どういう話？
Oh, that sounds interesting. What's the story behind them?
ね
Yeah, the Minecrafter itself. Oh God. Yamiko lowers her voice into a pretentious whisper.
そもそもは鎌倉時代、承久の乱の頃だっていうから13世紀の頭頃にね、この辺りで地震が起きたの。
The story dates back to the Kamakura period, a period known as the Chokyu War. In the early 13th century, there was an earthquake here.
ヤミコお姉ちゃん、話し方が違うよ。
You're talking kind of weird, Yamiko-ne-chan.
いつもの喋り方じゃ雰囲気出ないでしょ。ま、それはともかく。
If I talked normally, it'd ruin the mood, right? But, well...
その地震、かなり大きなものだったそうで、この辺活断層があるらしいから。それでね、地震の後に洞窟が見つかったそうなの。
You guys fucking dead. Apparently, it was a pretty major earthquake. Apparently, there's an active fault in this area.
After that earthquake happened, they discovered a cave.
当時その洞窟のあたりには小さな集落があってね。最初村人たちは地震の影響で洞窟ができたのだと思ったそうよ。
There used to be a small village near the cave. At first, the villagers thought the cave was formed because of the earthquake.
でもね、
My hole.
その洞窟の中に踏み入ってみたところ、中には古い祭壇があったのね。
But once they stepped foot in the cave, they found an old altar inside.
村人たちは誰もその由来を知らなかったけれど、これはきっと曰くある場所に違いないというのでお祭りすることにしたそうよ。
So weird.
ところが
None of the villagers knew where this altar originated from, but they assumed it must have some history behind it. Because of that, they decided to worship it forever.
Wait.
However,
ところが
I can't read. However,
その洞窟に入った人が次々に行方知れずになったのね。いつしか洞窟は神隠しに合う場所として知られるようになったの。
the people that walked into the cave started disappearing one by one. And soon enough, that cave became known as a place that spirits people away.
神隠しはそれからも相次ぎ、消えた人々は一人として帰っては来なかった。
The disappearances continued even after that, and the people who went missing never turned up again.
いつしか祭壇は聖なる場所ではなく、忌むべき場所として受け取られるようになっていったの。
The altar came to be known not as a sacred site, but as a cursed place to be avoided.
地震が起こるまであの場所が誰にも知られていなかったのもこんなことがあったせいじゃないかって。
Yoshino-sama. How. なのです。
That's why they believed no one knew about the place before the earthquake unnerved.
それで
バング
村人たちはその洞窟を何度も塞いでしまうことにしたの。
And so, the villagers decided to seal the cave so it would be hidden away once more.
でもね、それから数年経った梅雨の最中のある日、恐ろしい事件が起こったの。
But a few years after that, on one rainy day, a terrible incident happened.
As if one killed, the area around them grows darker as Yamiko lowers her voice. Now that they're on the mountain trail, the curtain of thick greenery and branches block off even more of the sunlight. The exposed soil of the trail has a strong, moist smell. The roots of the trees sticking out from the ground suddenly look eerily like exposed ribs. When Kyoji turns to look at Kika, you find she suddenly looks very pale. What's wrong, Mizuno-san?
なんでも
Nothing's wrong. She smiles and shakes her head, but Kyoshi still gets the impression that she's much paler than normal.
ねえねえ、それで恐ろしい出来事ってどんな？
So what happened next? What kind of terrible incident happened? Akane hugs her bag, her expression frightened, yet she still urges Yameko to continue.
その日は朝からのそぼ降る雨で鬱陶しい日だったそうよ。厚い雲のおかげで昼間だというのに村は夜のように暗くて。
It was dark that morning. As the rain continued to fall, the thick clouds above meant the village was as dark as night, even at the height of noon.
なのに突然村中が明るくなったらしいの。
But suddenly, the whole village became bright.
村人たちが何事かと外を見れば山、ちなみにこの西森山のことね。ここの中腹から大きな光の柱が立っていたんですって。
The villagers looked outside, curious to see what happened, and saw the mountain, the same Mount Nishimori we're on now. A large pillar of light shot up from the mountain's side towards the heavens.
Maybe it was a bolt of lightning? Yamiko shakes her head.
それがね、何の音もしなかったんだそうよ。村はこの麓にあったんだから、こんなところに雷が落ちたらすごい音がするはずなんだけど。
They say there wasn't any sound, and the village was at the foot of the mountain, so if it was lightning, the thunder would have been terribly loud.
そしてその光の柱が立った翌日、野良仕事帰りの女が田んぼのあぜ道に男が立っていることに気がついたの。
And then, the day after the pillar of light appeared, a woman on her way back from the field spotted a man standing in the footpath between the rice fields.
男は村では有名な札付きでね、日頃から盗みを働いたり女の子に悪さをしたりとろくでもないやつだったの。
That man had quite a terrible reputation in the village. He spent his days stealing and pulling terrible pranks on the girls, a real never-do-well.
だから最初その女は知らん顔をして通り過ぎようとしたのね。でも男の様子がおかしいことに気づいたの。
So at first, the woman passed by him while pretending not to notice he was there. But then, she noticed something was strange about the man.
どこに行ってきたのか、着物はあちこちが汚れて擦り切れ、それは哀れな様子。髪は乱れて、急に年を取ったような風景だったんですって。
Wherever he came from, his clothes were covered in filth, making for a very pitiful sight. His hair was unkempt, and he looked like he had become 10 years older.
何より口角からよだれを垂れ流しながらうつろな目をして、わけのわからないことばかりを口走っていたそうなの。
But strangest of all, he stood there drooling at the mouth, his eyes blank as he kept mumbling incomprehensible words.
Thank you for the high turn, thank you.
気が狂っちゃったの？
Did he go insane?
そう。それにね、そ
That's
れだけじゃない
right.
の。
And not just that.
無残にも何かに食い散らかされた人間の体が
Lying next to the man was the gruesomely half-eaten human corpse.
Huh? Huh? Everyone present looks at Kika with round eyes. Kika hugs her back tightly as she looks downward, her face wet with tears. Huh? Misono-san?
もしかしてミサナさん、この手の話苦手だった？
Misono-san, are you like bad with these kinds of stories? Akune's words rouse Kika. She looks up with a start and shakes her head.
気にしなくていいから続きをどうぞ。
Don't mind me. Keep going. But despite her words, he's quite pale. Kyoji wonders if he should stop Yamiko and despair Kika. Got more! Get more! Stop her! Milady! Milady! He should stop her! With that decision in mind, Kyoji speaks up. I'll protect you, my lady. Yamiko-san, listen. But before Kyoshi can stop Yamiko, Akane leans in.
ねえ、それで一体誰が死体を食べてたの？
So, who ate the body? Kyoshi slumps over in defeat. Hey, Akane, can't you read the mood?
Illusion
of choice. On what? Kyozi's comics Akane adult and turned to look at him with a frightened expression. This is bad. She's too engaged in Yamako's story to notice what's going on around her. Kika shakes her head with a wry smile.
ジーノくん、いいの。私も続きが聞きたいわ。
It's fine, Jino-kun. I want to hear how it ends too. But it's just gossip though. You don't have to force yourself to listen.
続きがわからないのも嫌だもの。気を使ってくれてありがとう。
But not knowing how it ends would bother me too. Thank you for caring though. Kika softly smiles at him. Naturally, got a heart for it.
ヤミコお姉ちゃん、続きは
That it. So, what happens next, Yamiko-ne-chan?
さあ、結局その発狂した男の方
What a silly end of the story!
らしいし。
Who knows? The madman ended up dying soon after. What a terrible ending. You've never heard
My voice changed like that.
we do a little voice acting here. It's pretty fun to do voices. Mm-hmm.
But before he died,
死ぬ直
Let's
前にね、
talk to her.
一瞬正気に帰って
How high can you
こ
go?
う言い残したそうなの。
It depends if you want a speaking voice or like a note. If you want me to talk very hard, I can go around here without any strain. I can keep this up pretty easily. This is like my true voice. If I'm organic baby mode, I like talk around here. I can go pretty high. And then we get into like silly voices if I go any higher than that. It's like hi guys! It's the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse! And like my silly gremlin voices. Yahoo! Yeah, my highest note beat it wasn't registered on the piano. And then I can just make really loud noises. I can go pretty high. It's just however you want. Whether you want an actual voice, like I can talk like that, but it's not gonna sound like great. It's not gonna sound like if I start speaking in whistle register, it might cause issues for your hearing. Yeah, like I can talk like that. It's just you might not enjoy it. Yeah. But before he died. Yes. Okay.
but before he died, the man regained his sanity for a moment and said thus.
あれはあの世への通路じゃ。
That was a passage to another world.
あれってもしかして洞窟のこと？
By that, did he mean the cave?
そう。その頃には若い種の間で洞窟の奥にはお宝があるなんて噂が流れていたらしいのね。大方その男もどこからか潜り込んだんだろうって。
Yes, at the time there was a rumor among the village's youth that there was treasure at the end of the cave. In all likelihood, that man tried to explore the cave in search of it.
で、そのうち洞窟に祀られていたのは人供養にだったんだって噂が流れて、村人たちはなんとかその鬼を退治しようとするのね。
Before long, people began to say that the altar in the cave was devoted to a man-eating demon. The villagers sought to exorcise the demon.
でもことごとく返り討ち
But every attempt only ended with the demon killing its attackers in turn.
というか我こそ鬼の炭酸と洞窟につわ者たちの屍が食べ散らかされた状態で村のあちこちに放置されていたそうなの
The corpses of the warriors who boasted they would be the ones to slay the demon were discovered half-eaten around the village.
井戸の中に放り込まれた足
Let's go to the cave! 行くぞ!
道端の水たまりは血の色に染まり
The well was full of legs. Intestines dangled from the eaves, and the puddles beside the roads were colored red with blood. A constant stench hung over the village as maggots crawled over the bodies.
村のありさまはまるで地獄絵図のようだったそうよ
The village became like an image of hell.
Sandra, you are getting your own spook thread? That's cool. My what? Whoa, gruesome. Gruesome indeed. Kyoji knows it's just a legend, and that there was no way to say if it really happened. But hearing that, something so scary might once have happened here gives Kyoji goosebumps. Jesse, what are you talking about? You don't have to listen if you don't want to, Misano-san. Underaged. Child. Despite covering her ears with her hands, Kika still fearfully shakes her head. だって聞かないと余計怖いもの In English, please. I mean, it'd be scarier if I don't hear the rest. Is that how it works? 最後まで聞かなかったらいろいろ想像しちゃうでしょ寝る前とか怖くなっちゃうから最後まで聞いた方がマシ If I don't hear it how it ends, I'll just keep imagining all sorts of options, you know? I'd only get scared before bedtime, so I'd rather just hear it how it ends. Maybe that's just how it works. Kyoji doesn't quite get it himself. お姉ちゃん それで So what happens next, お姉ちゃん
村人たちはそこで人食い鬼を神として祀ることにしたの
Bitch. And so, the villagers decided to worship the man-eating demon as a god. Akane looks baffled.
人食い鬼なのに神様にするの
They decided to worship the demon as a god? Is it like a yakuza reforming to become a god or something?
まあそんなものかなきょうちゃんの例えだと夢もロマンもないけど
Wow, something like that. Your analogy is a lot more boring now.
でもね鬼の暴挙は一向に収まらなかったんですって
The demon keeps killing people. Maybe we should kill more people. Maybe the demon will be happy.
But even that couldn't stop the demon's rampage. They even tried offering it sacrifices, but not even those changed anything.
それでどうなったの
So, how did all this end?
その後はまあこの手のお話のお定まりのパターンね旅の主
He
人
has to
公
get
が
bored of
人
killing
生
at
力で
some
鬼を封
point.
じてめでたしめでたし
Wow, the same way those kinds of stories usually do. A traveling ascetic.
Ascetic? Okay.
Monk used his divine power to seal the demon, and the village lived happily ever after.
Ah! Nina! Hello! Hi! Hi, Nina! Welcome! Hello, Raiders! I'm Shadow! Hello, hi. I'm Shadow. Nice to have you! Did you have a nice stream? Does it have fun? we're just probably rounding up for the day. I'm getting a little tired. Reading is a little tiring, but hello, hi. I am Shadow. My wife, Nina. Nina, my wife. Hi. We've been doing a little voice acting. I've been doing some deep voices, so...
I've been talking like this for a while.
And it's a little hard to keep that up. It's, we like to do a little singing. Yeah. Yeah. So I might actually stop playing now. Let's save over this. I don't give a fuck. We'll chat for a little. I don't think we're gonna make Gorb Screaming Show in the next like 20 minutes, so whatever. Whatever, I give up. I give up. This VN is very long. But it was fun to check it out and read some of it. Does you guys have a nice stream? Does it have fun? Does it have a nice time? Yeah? Yeah, we did see him again. So, you know what could have been worse? Yeah, I cannot believe it. He's still evading us. There is one way, you guys. There's one way that you can see him for real, though. You just buy the van. What did you get up to with Nina Raiders? What did you get up to? Alright, redeems. Minecraft story. Do you really wanna know? Let me sip. Yeah? You had fun? I'm glad. What did Nina get up to? What did Nina do? Nina's do what? Frostbitten raid. Why get bitten by a frost? Why? We did see Mr. Gore Screaming Show, so it could be worse. It could be worse. Yeah, I had a lot of fun today. Let me stretch. It was always fun to do something a little different like this, so it's nice to do that. It's nice. Definitely nice. I like to shake it up here and there. Do a little boarding. I'm gonna do some more VN reading, but maybe something shorter. Probably no, I don't think I'll be finishing this VN. I'm gonna read it off stream very slowly, most likely. Because I don't have very much time. But yeah. Yeah, it's cozy. It's nice to do something a little different. And it's kind of nice VA practice as well, even though it's like, it's very casual, like I'm just reading the lines as they come up, so it's not like actual voice acting. It is a lot of fun. It is fun. Yeah. Cozy and funny. My next stream will be Humanity, and it'll be starting earlier. It'll be starting earlier than today's stream, 2 hours earlier, because I told Sylvia I would raid her during her debut, so we're gonna be finishing at 8 p.m. for me. No tomorrow stream. I'm taking tomorrow off. I did not get to take very much rest time during my Monday-Tuesday break. And that is because we were packaging merch up. So, I'm gonna take an opportunity to have a little bit of rest. I'm gonna, watch some movies with my mama. I'm gonna relax a little. It's gonna be nice. Yeah. And I'll be back on Saturday and Sunday. And of course on Sunday, you know what happens, right? Ribbon kids. Yeah. 7 minutes. So the stream starts 30 minutes after it releases. So if you don't know what time it releases, look at this. Remove 30 minutes. Easy. If you click the link, you click the link. click the link. You can set a reminder and also your local time that it releases at. Yeah. Let me think of one real quick. Mosey, thank you for 6 months. Flawed Intellect, thank you for the gift sub. Suki, thank you for 11 months, thank you very much. The Fugos, thank you for 4 months, thank you. This Rabbit, thank you for the bits. Alhassu, thank you for 3 months, thank you very much. Fatal Talker, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Halo Savior, thank you for the gift sub. Calvin Cat, thank you for the gift sub. And Neil, thank you for the gift sub. Deathlike Post, thank you for 3 months, thank you. A very strange platypus, thank you for the bits. Entropy of Desire, thank you for 6 months, thank you. Oh, Dark, thank you for the bits, thank you very, very much, thank you. Is my chat broken? Did you see that? Nothing's popping up. Huh? Chat? I clicked off it for like 30 seconds and it failed to load settings. Retry. Uh-oh. I think Streamlabs is having a moment, you guys. I think it's having a moment. It says it's not able to load settings. I think it's having a moment. Maybe a good time to wrap up. Okay. Okay. Mrs. Finn, how was it? It was a lot of fun, but I think the game is too long for me to continue. So if you want to check it out yourself, yeah. I feel like streaming a VN, you get through it at like half the time. Yeah. I'd have to end in a few minutes anyway, and I could hear one of the forest critters is getting ready for bed. So, I should let her do that. Let me see if I can find someone to raid. Let me see. Let's hop on. Yeah. Alright. Who is streaming at this time? Right now. Right this moment. On stream. Probably someone. We have choices. Since Nina rated me, we could pass the love on to Alice, maybe. Yeah. Gorbin out raid. Alice is very sweet and cute. Hi, hello, hi. Alice is very cute, very sweet, very amazing artist. She drew me a really cute sketch the other day. She's super sweet. And also a mutual friend of me and Nina, so that'll be nice. So I will see you on Saturday, bright and early. Oh, she's playing silly games. That should be fun. She's playing spooky games. Oomphy raid, yeah, oomphy raid. Okay. I'm gonna try and chill out a little bit tomorrow, yeah? Maybe do some art, play some games. And I shall see you. Take care of yourself. Do something nice for yourself. Have a lovely rest of your day. I love you very much. And bye-bye!